Díganme por el amor de Dios que se escucha, porque toda la gente que estuvo acá ya sabe perfectamente que acabo de hacer el ridículo. Bueno, siempre hago el ridículo, pero aún más grande enfrente de todos ustedes, empezando estos en vivos con absolutamente nada de audio. Vamos a ver si todos nos permitieron, todo está bien, no se me olvidó nada en el segundo intento de poner esto en vivo. Espero que no. Muy feliz lunes para todos ustedes. Si me pueden escuchar, estoy aquí pendiente de los comentarios. Voy a seguir hablando como animal porque es lo que, de todas maneras, es a lo que me dedico, ¿no? Es lo que hago en mi casa, aunque no me paga mi mujer por hacerlo y no le gusta que lo haga todo el tiempo. Pero así es como se vive la vida, ¿no? Tan fastidiosa, así es la cosa. Ahí está, ahí están todos. Muy feliz lunes. Gracias a todos. Oigan, siento que no los he visto en un ratote, pero es que la semana pasada me tuve que ir temprano. Tuvimos nuestro 10º aniversario, cabrones. Belén y yo, nuestro 10º aniversario de casados y 17 años juntos. 17 años juntos. Ya cuando empiezas a tirar números así, ya eres un viejo profesional, o sea, un viejo profesional. Vamos a empezar esto. Espero que todos estén listos, tengan sus hielos con agua y con fruta para poder mojar la cara, algunos plátanos para ponerse acá y sus botellas de agua premium azules. En esta ocasión no tenemos nada de eso, pero tenemos una buena botella de Water People. No creo que nos vaya a servir de ni vergas para esto, pero bueno. Oigan, muchísimas cosas han estado pasando. Simplemente, en realidad no. En realidad no han estado pasando muchísimas cosas. Es un poco de lo mismo, pero lo que quería enseñarles a todos ustedes es básicamente esto. Quiero que vean, se viene un cambio bastante grande en Estados Unidos. Ahora, no vengo a platicarles del mercado va a subir, va a bajar, la economía va a subir, va a bajar. No, pero viene un cambio grande y yo creo que es muy importante para todos notarlo. Este cambio se trata de la industrialización de Estados Unidos. Después de nuestra separación con China, necesitamos claramente reestructurar todo lo que hacemos y ahora es un poco esa reestructuración mundial la que estamos viviendo, ¿no? Junto con Europa, los países latinos, todas las pendejadas que dice Trump todo el tiempo de que va a conquistar todos estos lugares, que nos van a dar Canadá como un estado, México sería otro buen estado para Estados Unidos, cosas que han dicho. No estoy diciendo que sea lo que pase y sea lo que vaya a pasar. Lo que estoy diciendo es, hay una reestructuración grande en nuestro bloque, porque el de China ya lo tienen dominado, saben lo que están haciendo, saben perfectamente para dónde van las cosas, cómo moverlas dentro de su economía, por qué están devaluando su moneda, etcétera. Pero de nuestro lado tenemos que reajustar esta nueva realidad que nos empezó a tocar la puerta desde la pandemia. Eso es algo completamente real. Y ahora, de lo que estábamos hablando en esto es la industrialización americana. ¿Por qué es importante? Y yo creo que es muy importante entender esto y verlo venir, porque esto es lo que va a abrir oportunidades a manufactureros y empresas pequeñas. Pero también al mismo tiempo tengo que explorar un poco más de esto, porque me cuesta mucho trabajo entender cómo por, no sé, por los siguientes años, negocios chicos van a poder existir cuando negocios grandes simplemente han estado en esa tendencia de absolutamente comprar todos los negocios que existan. Todos, 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 todos. Y esto sigue y continúa y se acelera. Eh, y es un poco el ejemplo que siempre les doy, ¿no? Amazon, que hacía al principio, güey, vendían libros. Vendían libros en línea. ¿Y ahora qué se dedican? Se dedican a absolutamente todo lo que te puedas imaginar y es un poco el efecto que estamos viendo en todos lados. Pero ¿por qué es importante hablar de esto? Porque es justamente el cambio tan enorme en las bases de cómo funciona el mercado está ocurriendo ahora. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente cuando inviertes mucho dinero para crear una nueva operación, mover tus operaciones, hacer todas estas cosas, pues tu negocio se ve mal en números y eso quiere decir que va a haber malos resultados. Entonces, esta es otra cosa de las que me hacen pensar, tengo, tengo que ver qué es lo que va a pasar, ¿no? Quiero ver exactamente a dónde va este pedo porque está bastante extraño. Y esto es lo que les quiero enseñar rápidamente. Vean esto. Déjenme me quito y chequen esto. Rolls-Royce está planeando abrir producción en Estados Unidos. Ahora, no tengo membresías de estos sitios. Rolls-Royce explores shifting engine making to the United States to counter Trump tariffs. Y aquí es un poco lo que vamos a estar viendo estos días, donde empezamos a escuchar a todos los manufactureros europeos de otros lugares, porque se vienen las tarifas y ahorita todo el mundo está muy contento porque están creyendo que es el fondo del mercado. Igual y sí, igual y encontramos un fondo y nos vamos para Valhalla y todo el mundo va a disfrutar de esas ganancias. Si pudieron entrar al mercado, entraron al mercado, si no pudieron se la pelaron, ¿no? Eso sería un gran escenario y todo el mundo contento. Pero me cuesta muchísimo trabajo pensar que eso es lo que se va a dar, porque es muy sencillo, ¿no? Es como, ¿cuándo ha salido Donald Trump a decir, quiero que simplificar las cosas para todos, para que no se escuche, para que no se asusten? Lo que quiero hacer es, les voy a decir qué tarifas voy a poner y qué tarifas no, y no van a ser tan agresivas. Van a ser las mejores tarifas de toda la historia. Y es como de, ok, tranquilo. La narrativa es muy estúpida, una vez más, ante esta noticia y el hecho de que el mercado esté rebotando personalmente. Y ahora, una vez más, no los estoy invitando a que hagan nada de lo que yo hago. Aquí tenemos a dos expertos y ahorita se los voy a poner enfrente al buen Farhan y al buen Alex. Pero personalmente yo no creo que esto sea el fin de lo que hemos visto y que esto sea este anuncio de que las tarifas, porque ¿cuál es el anuncio? El anuncio es que las tarifas no van a encapsular todo, que van a ser específicas. Pero es justamente lo que habíamos pensado que iban a hacer. Personalmente, yo no veía cómo simplemente ibas a poner un 25% de aranceles a todos lados y ya lo que habían dicho es que iban a ser recíprocas y que iban a ser recíprocas de acuerdo a lo que está haciendo. Entonces, Europa, no nos dejas meter coches americanos, nos cobras tantos impuestos, nos pones tantas trabas, vamos a hacer lo mismo para ti. Y eso es lo que está creando este tipo de acciones ante empresas europeas y diciendo, el mercado americano es de los más grandes que hay, es donde la gente puede comprar nuestros vehículos. La gente en Europa no está comprando nuestros vehículos en este momento. Y no sé por qué traigo el Trump ahorita, es que no lo he hecho en mucho tiempo, así que discúlpenme. Pero en Europa es claro lo que está pasando. No están comprando ni ellos mismos sus coches europeos, están comprando coches chinos. Entonces van a tener que hacer algo para poder vender esos coches europeos, porque normalmente también los venderían en China. En China no los están comprando. Y en Estados Unidos, si los aumentamos de precio, se imaginarán el resultado. Entonces, esto va a crear un shift enorme en las industrias que van a venir a Estados Unidos. Esa es mi opinión personal. Y esa inversión, todo esto que vamos a ver colocado ¿cómo se llama? En nuestro país, va a hacer que la dinámica normal a la que hemos estado acostumbrados por décadas, que es Estados Unidos simplemente se sienta en su sillita y manda a ordenar algo en otro lado del mundo donde lo hacen súper barato, y ya lo traemos puesto y vámonos, voy a venderlo. Eso está cambiando. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir para todos nosotros? De nuevo, empresas van a tener que fondear estos cambios, van a tener cierto tiempo de cambio en lo que estamos viendo todo esto en sus finanzas, todo esto. Vamos a ver cómo se ven, pero también quiero que sepamos, porque en Estados Unidos todos sabemos, güey, la gente no quiere trabajar en Estados Unidos, estamos deshaciéndonos de los inmigrantes, que es a la gente que necesitamos para que hagan cosas baratas, que es el principio de lo que habían hecho todo el tiempo, y es por eso que se me hace raro que continúen con eso, pero bueno, cada quien, ¿no? ¿Qué le vas a decir a los políticos? Hacen lo que se les hinchan los huevos, pero ahora lo que he estado viendo y lo que se está poniendo de moda son las fábricas oscuras. No sé cuántos de ustedes hayan escuchado de eso. Fábricas oscuras en China. Fábricas oscuras en China son fábricas completamente operadas por robots automatizadas donde no tienes que prender la luz. Los robots pueden ver exactamente lo que están haciendo todo el tiempo. Es muy película de horror, pero al mismo tiempo no da miedo. Y todos estos robots, todas estas líneas de producción simplemente hacen cosas en la forma más eficiente y sin gastar nada, lo que les permite crear todo en precios completamente ridículamente bajos. Y yo creo que es lo que estamos viendo. Es justamente eso. ¿Cómo se llama? El cambio a esto. Hemos intentado detenerlo y estamos diciéndole a todo el mundo, pues que sí, que todo el mundo va a estar empleado y que la inteligencia artificial no va a cambiar todo y que no va a pegar de golpe. Pero una vez más, yo sé, estoy viejo, tengo que repetirme. Si a mi mujer le cuento la misma historia, ¿ustedes qué creen? ¿Que son más especiales y no les voy a contar las mismas historias por mi vejez y mis lagunas mentales? No, les voy a contar las mismas historias. Pero esto es parte de lo que estamos viendo un poco en Estados Unidos con Tesla, ¿no? Cómo producen sus coches, cómo han podido crear estas fábricas en todos lados del mundo y estamos viendo que ellos están preparados para ahora esta nueva realidad en el mundo donde tienes que tener como plantas locales en donde sea. Y eso va a ser interesante ver para dónde exactamente pega y dónde no. Se me fue completamente el ejemplo por estarme riendo como imbécil, pero también les quería decir, antes de continuar ese tema, ¿han visto, y esto es solamente para preguntarles a ustedes, ¿ustedes creen que una economía de algún país es fuerte cuando puedes pedir tu comida a casa en Uber Eats, por ejemplo, y que te la financien a pagos sin intereses? ¿Ustedes creen que eso es de una economía fuerte o una economía débil? Díganme en los comentarios. Es lo que estamos haciendo en Estados Unidos. Klarna, nuestro nu- nuestro favorito, que es al que le queremos pagar, hacer todos los pagos en paguitos, que es el facilitador de estos pagos en paguitos, se acaba de asociar con todas las empresas de comida para poder traerte a casa comida financiada. Pero no se preocupen, nos han dicho que la economía americana está muy fuerte y que simplemente esto es un poco de una desaceleración, es una absoluta locura, locura lo que estamos viviendo. Pero es lo que estamos viendo estos días por acá en Estados Unidos. Todo parece que está cambiando. Vamos a ver si vamos a operar en una nueva realidad y esta nueva realidad también va a ser interferida por inteligencia artificial. Por eso también les digo a los chavos que quieren ir a la escuela ahorita y por 4 años chingarte, igual vives en México, en otro país donde esto va a tomar más tiempo, bien. Pero en Estados Unidos, en 4 años vamos a tener la pesadilla, entre comidas, entre comillas, vamos a tener la pesadilla de esta realidad. ¿Y por qué? Ahí les va el ejemplo de Tesla que se me olvidó. La razón por qué es, simplemente piensen en esto. Y yo sé que mucha gente cree que no es posible, pero por favor entreténganme, solamente entreténganme, ¿ok? Y piensen que va a ser realidad lo que dice Elon Musk. Uno, el coche con piloto automático que se maneja solo. Bien, ¿a qué personas va a descartar en el sector labor? A todos los choferes, instantáneamente. Ya no necesito un chofer. Por $8,000, por el resto de mi vida, tengo un coche que se maneja solo y va a todos lados. Solo lo puedo llamar de, estoy saliendo del cine y lo estacioné a 1 kilómetro y va a venir por mí y me va a recoger y me va a llevar. Dos, también van a servir como Ubers, como Lyfts, como todas esas cosas. Entonces ya no vas a necesitar el piloto. Ya no vas a necesitar el tercero de la empresa, ya no necesitas a Uber. Tesla directamente puede hacer una aplicación y decir, güey, baja la aplicación de Tesla Ride y úsalo. Entonces, todos los choferes de Uber también se van al pito. Vale, y también esas otras empresas que tienen un valor gigantesco. Chido. De ahí tienes el camión automático, el semi, ¿no? El grandote que lleva todo, el de carga. Ese también va a ser un camión que se va a manejar solo, que no va a requerir a nadie. Y de ahí están creando robots, humanoides. Estos humanoides para ayudar en producciones, para ayudar en diferentes tareas en casa. Todo el mundo va a tener sus robots. Va a ser muy a la película de I Am Legend. Pero solamente piensen en los robots. Solamente piensen en los robots. Solamente piensen en los robots en el sentido de que tengas 5 robots metidos en cada uno de estos camiones, ¿no? Que van a todos lados. Y estos robots cargan todo lo que tienen que meter en el camión y sacan todo llegando a algún lado. No tienes que contratar una sola persona. Con el costo de una sola compra de un robot de estos, puedes hacer todo eso. Y ahora, ¿por qué es importante? Porque no nada más se está cargando a los choferes, no nada más se está cargando a los choferes de Uber y a todos ellos, no se está cargando solamente a todas esas industrias, no solamente se va a cargar a los camioneros también, se va a cargar a FedEx, se va a cargar a DHL, se va a cargar a todas las de paquetería, porque Elon va a poder darte todo básicamente sin costo laboral, van a ser como esas fábricas chinas donde todo está automatizado. ¿Cuánta gente se va a perder en todo esto? ¿Cuánta gente va a dejar de trabajar en fábricas? ¿Cuánta gente va a dejar de trabajar en FedEx, en todas estas cosas? ¿Cuánta? Eso se viene, esto no está muy lejos de pegar. Entonces, es interesante, estamos ante una transición y esta transición está ocurriendo en estos momentos. Y ahora vamos a analizar todos estos precios, vamos a ver qué es lo que está pasando. Había visto en el chat antes, discúlpeme una vez más que tuve que reempezarlo, no te preocupes, Mieder, había visto Celsius, fuiste la primera y también Brian había venido a pedir Bitcoin, así que vamos a empezar rápidamente. Aquí tengo al buen Farhan. I don't know where Alex is.
Buenos días, muchachos.
God damn it, my headphones are not working. How are you?
Pretty good. I had a vicious battle that happened at the apartment this morning between your boy and the toilet. The toilet kind of won for a little bit because you know that dreadful feeling when you push the flush button and the doo-doo starts rising up and it just
You had that happening right now?
no, it was earlier today. And then but a quick little tip for any one of my people who don't know this. There's a way to force the toilet to flush. You get a big ass container, you fill it up with water, and then you dump all of that water at once into the toilet bowl. Like it
And the
makes
pressure just,
yeah, you would normally think it would make it like float up, but no, all of that
yeah.
weight and the pressure forces it to flush.
Well, I don't know if a lot of people are going to take the chance of throwing a bucket of water and shit that's floating around. That's just me, though. And now I was also impressed by toilet technology because I was telling you guys not that long ago that I haven't seen a clogged toilet, and I haven't clogged the toilet, and no one has clogged the toilet in my house or anything around me in like 10 years. So I
All right,
thought
I'll
toilet
come over and
technology
fix
had
that.
improved.
I'll come over and fix that.
Fucking excellent. Hey, lots of volatility on the market. Finally, we're getting that pump that we've been talking about.
Yep. And my
Looking good.
longs are printing very nicely.
Very nice. All right, so we're going to start easy. We're going to do Celsius because Heather was the first one here and she was asking for it. And then afterwards, Brian was here for Bitcoin. And I see also Adrian, Abu, and everybody, Emily, Santiago, everyone here on the chat. So let's get rolling. Who wants to do Celsius?
I can do it.
All
I
right,
apologize for the
meanwhile,
microplastics. I
For the what?
apologize for the microplastics in your body to whoever is drinking Celsius.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they're in your balls now. Like,
Oh yeah.
I don't think Heather has balls though.
I have microplastics in my micro balls. That's when it's a problem. Ready for you, sir.
Sweet. Yeah. So let's see. We looked at this last week. I think in the beginning of last week. And it was at an interesting spot because we see here we lost the 9, but the 34 held, and overall the daily is in an uptrend. So it's similar to Bitcoin in my opinion, because we gauge the daily, but then we look at the weekly. The weekly was in a solid downtrend for quite a while actually on Celsius. This price action that we're seeing is interesting to me because you've noticed on this weekly trend, we've just consistently made lower highs and lower lows, up until this point in the middle of February essentially, where we got that move up, broke the last lower high. Now this move, on the weekly is looking pretty powerful for some busting action. Actually, we're just kind of like at a big zone that we talked about last stream, which is right around that $34. What is it? It's $34.71. It's a big spot. I mean, you have essentially that daily SMA 200, EMA 200 on the daily, right around there. It's all coming in right around like $35 to $34. While you also have BBWP, going to almost extremes. We know, just from looking at this, definitely can hit extremes, but we're approaching the levels where we generally have seen this kind of churn over and start resetting. So it is just something to note here as we, kind of move up on resistance here. In my opinion, bulls already got the higher highs. So if we did get a pullback here, it still would adhere to the overall daily uptrend, just in my opinion. But, if we start reclaiming above here, right around $34.70, to me, that could be a good case of at least very minimum testing this zone, if not actually reclaiming it. If you've noticed on this whole way down, essentially since, in May of 2024, Celsius has just been down only. So this is a nice structure that's actually forming currently, but we just can't disregard this zone, which is, mainly that daily SMA 200. Because what we've seen in the past with Celsius is it loves to make rallies up to it. But if it can't hold above that daily SMA 200, generally you do end up breaking down from that point. But on the flip side, rallies above it usually get sustained pretty nicely if it can hold above it while also forming nice bottoms around it. So we're actually at a pretty big spot on Celsius on the daily, in my opinion. This is a spot where you don't really want to long, if you're not positioned already, especially from that EMA 100 reclaim on the daily, which, was kind of like your first sign of, okay, this definitely could go up to possibly test that SMA 200. You're more in the wait and watch approach here because, if we actually start busting up and breaking out, we easily could form the higher low right around where that SMA 200, EMA 200 essentially goes to. Which could open up a new long idea because now you have an invalidation. Scaling longs here on the assumption that we're going to reclaim that zone, is risky. And that's why with volatility, you don't really need to front run things, in my opinion, because, even on the weekly here, what we see is, yes, the daily is kind of getting to the extremes, but weekly is still pretty healthy. And it's very, from the beginning of this year, it was giving us volatility setup. this is still in busting action, while, you know, bulls are essentially trying to get some structure here on the weekly. In my opinion, you're even getting resistance currently right around the spot that we're at, which is that 34. That's going to be strong because, you know, we haven't really flirted with that weekly 34 since we lost it in June of 2024. So I'm really going to be gauging this zone here. We actually see, you know, price tried to test it, but got front ran here. You know, so it's very simple. If you just adhere to the overall trend, I do think that'll just, you know, bode well for you. Here isn't the long zone. You're essentially gauging $34.71, preferably on a weekly close. Specifically, if that weekly 34 could get reclaimed, you know, could start opening up the idea of us going up to 38, if not all the way up to $41.55. This is the zone, like I said, where you don't really want to open new longs, even if trend is up and you know, it is looking good, just simply based on the fact that this technically could be the higher high. Took out this last high. You know, this overall is in a nice uptrend, so we easily could get a move from this point down to the 9. What you'll notice is on that reclaim, we had a very nice spring from that point, got back above the EMA 100. There's something to note on the daily, which is now we have the fast moving average crossing above the 100. It hasn't happened in quite a while, actually, which just shows strength in my opinion. You know, it's not like a buy signal, but that just shows that, yeah, no, there's strength in this rally, and bulls are, in my opinion, you know, going to be supporting price even before it hits that 100. What we see in this occurrence is the 100 moves, the 9 moves above the 100, and that generally tends to support the overall uptrend. So if we do get a rejection here, it could come anywhere around the meme line. Maybe we do end up wicking to that SMA 200. But since we haven't really tested that in a very long time, I mean, since the breakout down in June, and then this whole way down, we haven't tested it, should be gauging some reaction down. And that very well could just turn into another higher low, assuming this, you know, EMA 9 moves up. Because now you're gauging daily trend here. You know, you're essentially, we throw the trend wave catalyst on. What you have is, you know, you have your higher high. I'm gauging this as the next higher low, in my opinion, on the daily. So ideally, we don't break under like $30.77. So anywhere around here, we could essentially form that next higher low. You know,
Are you a fan of bottom using the inverse head and shoulders as a bottoming pattern, or like give you a nice chance of that? Because you have a big ass motherfucking inverse head and shoulders here.
Yeah, potentially. You know, I just don't really use patterns too much. But you're looking at I mean, this one here, here's the left.
Let me just quickly, because I have it drawn, just throw it in here 1 second. So do you see? So this is shoulder, head, shoulder. So breaking out from here, like the 35, should give you a nice chunky move towards the upside. But it seems like in here you have the SMA 200, this flat resistance right here from all these highs. Everything is coming together right here. So to me, when I look at things like that, that looks really bottomy.
Yeah, no, it's looking good, but we just don't want to front run that, you know, reclaim. That's why it's very simple to me. I mean, we start actually closing dailies above the zone. Weekly starts reclaiming the 34. Okay, we have an argument then to go up to like 38, possibly $41. You know, the daily can be extremely bullish, but the weekly still, I mean, we're under pretty major zone still. You know, and that's what you'd expect with a chart so heavily sold down. Now, the trend shift on the weekly, though, is kind of my gauge on, you know, this is, now we have a point of reference on where we're wrong. We're going to be gauging this as the next higher low. So anywhere around here easily could form the next, we got the higher high. So anywhere around here could be the next higher low. We have our invalidation. We haven't had this weekly in an uptrend in a very long time. So it's just adding more fuel to your idea, which is, yeah, the inverse head and shoulders definitely could bust us up. But we just want to be very cautious here, right at resistance. You start reclaiming the zone, though. I mean, this is technically a long trigger. You know, you essentially stay long as you hold above the SMA 200. And generally for Celsius, that has worked. I mean, we were staying under that zone for a while. Let me just throw all these off. Sweet. So you see here, we're rejecting the daily 100. We're kind of ranging between the SMA 200, the EMA 200, and the 100. It's not until you start reclaiming above the SMA 200, where you're now essentially above all of these major moving averages on the daily. At that point now, you'd be gauging the SMA 200 as just as long as you're above it, you want to stay long. So here, once you got above it, the difference between here is, you have the SMA 200 above mean line resistance. We see we reclaimed it while we were technically under mean line resistance. So, this again, though, still worked out, in my opinion, and just longing this reclaim honestly printed pretty nicely. And that's why, for me, it's just a simple metric to gauge, especially when you're, in a market that's heavily sold down. This kind of worked well for Bitcoin once it did reclaim back above its daily SMA 200. I believe that was right around 19,000. And generally those, if we get follow through, should act as an opportunity. Why I do think we could get follow through and see some busting action on top of that is just because of where weekly BBWP is. It's still very freshly firing off, which is a good sign for bulls if we actually want to break out of here. So, that's simply it. We even get confluence the $34 idea just simply based on that monthly 9. Haven't tested it though since July of 2024. So just a very long time we've been sold down. On the flip side, like I said on the daily, with the 9 getting above the 100, we have the 9 now under all of the other moving averages like the 21 and 34, telling me, yeah, this is a pretty big zone for Celsius. This isn't the spot really where you want to start aggressively scaling longs. You're just better off waiting, because if you wait and you get the reclaim, technically speaking, around this zone, if we start closing specifically monthlies above like $34.71, yeah, you'll get an easy move up to $41, which from this point, let's just see. Yeah, that's still a very tradable move, 16%, possibly at minimum 13%. That's why I think just waiting is wise here. You can even see in 7 days here, right? We're about to potentially reclaim above the 38.2%. Ideally, it makes it easier for us when we reclaim the monthly 9. You can see, though, doing that would give you the measured move closer to the median. This median probably shifts more down, matching closer to that 40 to 41 target, which is lining up nicely with our weekly view, right? We still have major resistance at weekly SMA 200. Just shows how sold down this chart was, because I don't think we've ever been under the weekly SMA 200. Let's just see. So slightly, but again, reclaims have generally been pretty good once we're under it. Not enough data above it. So only 1, 2, 3 times. All occurrences led to nice moves once we got a reclaim of it. Here, see reclaimed, pumped up 47%. It's pretty nice. Lost it, reclaimed it. Here, pumped up 34%. Then got a pullback, but technically speaking, it moved up 86%. It's not too bad. And then here, it just worked out nicely. You just would have, okay, nice deviation, nice bullish retest. Let me just punt along there. And that actually played out pretty nice. And I'll just take it from there, 500%. So that's why it's a pretty big zone. There's still yes, we easily can go up on Celsius. Your first point will be the $34.70, the weekly getting back above the 34, and then specifically the monthly reclaiming the 9. If all those things can happen, yeah, I don't see any reason why we won't just simply go up to $38 to $41. But there, I'm going to be cautious. I want to see bulls reclaim specifically above the weekly SMA 200. As I just showed, generally speaking, when that does occur, which has only happened 3 times in this chart's history, each and every time it's led to double-digit gains. So, if we're going to be on the camp that Celsius has bottomed, that this is going to, keep moving up with just the weekly BBWP, for me, it makes a lot of sense then just to wait, and but this has a lot of volatility, so there's already leverage kind of built in it. just kind of waiting. If you start getting the reclaim, easily do something like that. Possibly front running it or scaling in if we start seeing $35 get reclaimed on a weekly closure. Then you're just playing the 34. So that's all I really see on Celsius. It's looking quite bullish to me. We're approaching pretty big zones, though, that we don't want to start really aggressively scaling longs, in my opinion, until we start reclaiming, because then it's super simple. I mean, you start reclaiming above the weekly estimate 200, which, remember, it'll start with the daily. Then, you don't really have, you have nothing really but air to the upside. I mean, I could easily just draw another meme line from this point. What we have is possibly some, resistance here at 48. Excuse me. And then I'll just extend this here. And now what you see is you're just going to have like a major range. So it all really starts once you get back above the weekly estimate 200. Easily could put you at a move that, 25 to 30%. What we just saw with, past deviations, definitely not out of the question. Lastly, I just want to look at the quarterly. This is closing too, which is always nice. I always like when quarterlies close. And this just adds possibly more confidence to the bottom idea. What you have is the quarterly 34 getting tested. This just, again, shows how sold down this chart was. Let me see here. Not a lot of data in this zone with that 34, but, generally it has held, nicely. Chop, yes, but I mean, that generally did kind of mark a major bottom for Celsius, which was the quarterly 34. Then we busted up. Now what we see is, we had 9 months of just down. Last quarterly I held above the 34. We see $23 acted like a spring, but now we see we're actually holding again above the 34, which is just very nice to see. Possibly a strong 3-quarterly hammerhead here as well. Again, just giving you confluence that, yeah, this could be a major bottom that we saw here on Celsius. You have that inverse head and shoulders. You have the weekly volatility still firing up. Most importantly, you have the quarterly, getting a nice bounce off the 34, but also possibly reclaiming back above the 21. Again, just will make it very easy for us if we start seeing $34.71 get reclaimed, specifically on a quarterly. And then visually, you can just see you'll, again, just get a pretty easy move to like, $38 to $40, which is like a 12 to 16% move. So patience will pay here, boys. I think that's just, kind of it. Yeah, and that's it. I like the quarterly 38.2% at that meme line I just drew. Just kind of shows, it's right around the same zone. But, I don't really want to start talking about 48s to 50s as long as we are under specifically $38, which is just that weekly estimate 200. So that's all I have on this. If we start seeing the weekly estimate 200, I do think that's going to be your sign of probably a breakout to the upside. Then we could start talking about $48 to $50 pretty easily. So that's it. I mean, it's looking pretty good though, especially that quarterly hammerhead. That's nice to see. Haven't had that ever on this chart. So
Fuck, I'm muted. Damn, I
Right.
didn't. It took me a second there to realize that I was muted. I'm retarded.
Did you hear me though? You could hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay,
Seeth
good.
my chart. Seeth. Fucketh thyself. Okay. All right. So if you notice, what I'm gonna start with is gonna be a daily, a little bit different than what I usually do. But the reason I'm showing you the daily is to show you the effectiveness of these moons. So check out every one of these moons on my chart. The dark one is going to be the new moon, which is the bare moon, and the light one is going to be the full moon, which is the bull moon. We had our last full moon or bull moon right around March 14th, where that fired off. Price was around around $80,000. And ever since then, sure, there has been chop, but it's mainly been chopping up since that full moon. And if you were to notice, like every single, like most of it's not going to be 100% accurate, but this is around a 72 to 75% accuracy rate, which is better than most people that I know. You see a new moon right here, bare moon, it immediately dumped from open about 8%. We have right here a bull moon. We are up so far about 9.68%. We had a bear moon right here from high to low about 14%, and then eventually 26.5%. We had a bull moon right here from the low to the high about 23%. So these things are pretty fucking accurate. Pretty accurate. And right now we do have a bull moon. But on the opposite hand, though, what's coming after a bull moon? Next Saturday, we're gonna have a bear moon. So wherever the price is at that point, very likely it's gonna dump from there. Very probably, well, my bias is going to play out. What I've been talking about for the past couple of weeks on these live streams is a move to somewhere around this area right here, around that $90,000 to $91,000 area. We got our bear moon, and then we dump it from there, and we get a massive nuke towards this bottom meme line. There's going to be bounces in between, but this meme line right now sits at about $63,800. Now let's switch back to my regular chart. Damn, this is just going up only. It's better for shorts if it just goes rapidly up only until we hit resistance. And as of right now, we have tapped the top 38 point. Oh, let's switch the index. Index is going to be better. So as of this moment, we have tapped the median on the index, and we've tapped it several times. And whenever this situation happens, and you keep tapping the median and you keep projecting it, you're going to have probabilities of 61.8% chance of hitting this bottom 38.2%. And that's going to happen whenever you solidly lose the 9 EMA. So right now the 9 EMA sits at about $81,763. Once you solidly lose this level, you are going to have a magnet of going down towards this 38.2% and the 21 EMA sitting right around $66,000 to $63,000. So like regardless of what happens on the short to midterms, this is going to be the overall end target after that fucker. So right now that number is we're looking at is between 63 to 68 and 66.5. Right now, momentum is starting to get back above the moving average, but we have not closed the month yet, so it has not confirmed it. We have about 7 days and 10 hours left to go to close the month. And if we can flip this momentum back over the moving average, that is going to be quite significant. Because last time we did that, we went to new all-time highs. Before we did that, we went to new all-time highs. So basically, every single time this cycle that we've done that, we've gone to new cycle highs. So it's going to be quite bullish if that were to happen. But if I were to just give you my opinion, I don't really have much to back it off of, but I think we would need to close over the median for this to maintain it. Although it's already over it right now, so I could easily be wrong. And right now, if you look at the jewel is still curved back around towards the downside. It's very close to giving you a sell signal, and you have confirmed bearish divergence on the jewel. So it makes it a little bit less likely that you're going to hold this by monthly closure. Makes it a lot more likely that the situation is going to happen where you tap that 90 to 91K number, get a big rejection, and then nuke before the month closes. The 2-week momentum is trying to flip back up as well, getting out of the bearish control zone, but it's still below the moving average, however, while volatility starts to contract, and the jewel gives you a God mode sell signal. Pretty epic, and the pink is just now about to drop below the yellow. This is going to be pretty devastating once it plays out. This is going to be an area where you expect to get a bounce because we came down to the 21 EMA, and the last time we were testing the 21 EMA on the 2-week, we ended up going to significantly new all-time highs. So this would be the perfect area to put in that bull trap, come back up, retest this 38.2, maybe go up to the 5 EMA, retest that around $90,000, $90,400, get a rejection from there, and then a sharp nuke down to this 55 EMA at right around, what do you know, $63,000. 3 buys fitting. I'm eyeing my chart at the same time right now because whenever we get $90,000, I'm going to enter a cheeky little short and take profit on my longs. On the weekly, we are getting momentum back out of the bearish control zone, getting over the moving average. Volatility is now contracting, telling you this is likely a corrective bounce, and we have pretty epic sell signal on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow, the dark blue losing the bullish control zone. So I'm looking for it to bounce for somewhere around this 9 EMA to 38.2%, around like 90,500, 90,600. Very high probability rejection at that point, and then you dump down towards somewhere around the 55 first at around $75,000, and then eventually towards 63, which is around that 100. Go to the 5-day. 5 days is basically the same idea. Bounce up towards that 21 EMA, maybe the 38.2%. That puts us at maximum height to somewhere around 91s if we are more bullish than I think we are. But so that'll give us basically a pretty easy range between $90,000 and $91,500, where we can get up to very, very, very high probability that's going to be a rejection and then a lower high in a series of lower highs before we come down to 73 to 75, a little bit of a bounce, then 63. And on the 5-day as well, we're getting momentum out of the bearish control zone above the moving average with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely corrective. And this is also happening, if you note here, off of the back of green stonks and pre-green stonks. So once stonks stop being green, we know what happens then. And the jewel is starting to lose its sell signal at the moment. It has not yet flipped to a buy signal. It's just starting to lose the sell signal and flip neutral. Anywhere around this zone, though, very, very high probability rejection, and that's where I will be max shorting. The 2-day right now is still technically testing the silver cross. It can get to somewhere around this 55 EMA, 38.2%. It can even get over, just as long as it doesn't close over. And if it turns into a wick, that'll maintain being a retested the silver cross before lower. It's right around that 74,000 that 200 is. The jewel right now is still on a buy signal. It's getting out of the bearish control zone, which is leaning towards the bullish side. But that would just be taking us towards our next lower high resistance. Right now, momentum is getting very close to getting into the bullish control zone, but has not quite done that yet. Well, volatility is still contracting. I think what will take us to get us volatility contraction is if we can get that 2-day close over that 55 and 38.2%, which is kind of unlikely to happen. Daily, we are finding a little bit of resistance right now at the daily 50%, 38.2% on the HPDR. If we can get a close over that, that's going to give us our volatility expansion that we're looking for on the high time frames to not happen. We'd be wrong and that they would happen, but I'm thinking it's not going to happen. Right now, momentum is pointing to the upside, very close to getting into the bullish control zone. But on the daily, volatility is expanding. And if you check out the daily is giving us pretty epic jewel signal to the buy side. But the pink is crossing above the yellow. It's getting out of the bearish control zone and very close to getting into the bullish control zone. Let's mark with a vertical line every single time that we've gotten out of the bearish control zone with a buy signal right there. Got out of the bearish control zone right there. Got out of the bearish control zone right there. There. There.
The jewel is the one that they don't sell anymore, right?
Yeah, you got to buy it from Meta Signals.
Yeah.
And they have a monthly plan for people who don't want to buy it all at once. But I just prefer to own shit.
Yeah, me too. Because look at me. People will know that I have things.
Exactly. Because, I mean, if you really think about it, with the subscription model we have for like a year, you end up paying more.
Than the actual membership. Yeah, it's just the convenience of paying less. But dude, you can now finance your burritos from Chipotle.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Just
pretty
11
good.
more months until I pay off my last burrito bowl.
I did the 14-month plan. You know,
What happens?
14 months. What a
what
fat
happen-
cat. I'm doing the 36 month.
What happens if you want to order more burritos in the meanwhile while you're waiting for the first, burrito to be paid off?
you just go
You
to
stack
another
the debt.
finance app. Yeah, you just go to another finance app. Maybe they'll give you like a $50 limit. That's at least two meals there.
Well, no. If you live where I live, that's like half a burrito.
That's why you don't live in California, kids.
That's right. I'm an idiot.
22% after this signal. Interesting.
Okay.
Let's mark it from this one. This one was kind of a failure. It only went up 1.6% before going down about 7% and then up about 7%. So kind of a wash. One 22%, one kind of a wash. This one was quite the win. Let me zoom out a little bit. Sheesh. That was a massive win. It went up immediately about 16% before pulling back, but you would have still been in profit. Then went up another 21%, pulled back a little bit, still in profit. 28%, 73%, 88.7%. Quite respectable. If I'm just give you my opinion, I don't think that's going to happen right now. This time around, immediately about 6% before getting a little bit of a pullback, 5%, and then up about 12.8%. Decent. This one was a failure. We only went up about 3.8%. 3.8%. What is that? A pump for ants? 7.6%? Yeah, that's decent. And as of right now, how much have we pumped? For about 6.1%. So if you were to take it to that move of 7% that we got before, brings us to right around $90,000. What do you know? Amazing. And last time we closed over 38.2% on the daily on Bitcoin was all the way back here in January of 2025. And when we closed over the 38.2%, we ended up going towards almost the 61.8%. Actually, the 78.6% almost. So if we take the 78.6% right now, it sits at right around $97,000. I don't think that's going to happen. Ignore that. It doesn't fit my bias. On the 4 hour, we're also getting momentum to the upside within the bullish control zone. It's getting quite high, however, getting to 76%. It's not getting topped out just yet. It can get one more swipe higher with volatility as well, giving us that same bias of somewhere around $89,000 to $90,000, maybe $91,000. With the jewel giving us a pretty nice bicycle right now. The pink is freshly crossing above the yellow, and the light blue is getting into the critical zone. Pretty nice. Let's see the last time we went into the critical zone on the 4 hour. This time was a rejection, 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 rejection. We went to the critical zone right here. Let's mark out the vertical line. When we first got into the critical zone. Then rejection, rejection. Come on. All right, that should be enough. That's interesting. %17. 3.8%. That wasn't much. One will be like an amazing one, and the next one will be an absolute disappointment.
Just like children.
Exactly, except none of the children are amazing. 12.99%, very similar as the first one. You have statistically better odds of enjoying chlamydia than children.
No.
Damn.
Well, at least actually getting both is the same process.
Exactly.
Except one doesn't cost a fortune.
Apparently, it costs around $350,000 from 0 to 18.
You have to live in the woods and like not feed the kid anything other than whatever you find on the ground. No, that sounds impossible.
It's probably closer to 500 to 600,000.
I would say so. Easy.
I could go and get myself a Lamborghini Huevos Revuelto.
Yeah. Or a Rolls Royce Spectre Black Badge.
Those things are fast as fuck. It's like the 720S when they first came out.
Not faster than my Tesla. It's quite a shame.
That's true.
It's quite a shame.
But it's that fast having a V12.
It's true. That's pretty cool. And it sounds amazing. And it looks fucking dope.
It finally did it where the Aventador failed.
Yeah. With the gear changing and all that good stuff and the instant torque. I want to drive it. It feels too heavy.
You know what? One of the
on the
funniest
ice.
funniest things you've ever said about the Aventador? I don't know if you
Mm.
remember this. You're doing a Q&A and somebody asked you a long time ago why you don't have an SV, and you're like, because I still have my full brain. Fucking hilarious.
Not anymore, though. Not anymore. I'm old.
Uh, on the monthly on the RSI, just like the stochastic, which I'll show you next, we have confirmed bearish divergence. And every single time we've had bearish divergence confirmed, it has been the end of the cycle. Sad to say. Unfortunately, I've got to be the bearer of bad news. Every single time, 100% hit rate, we've had bearish divergence. We've had, at the very least, a 50% dump, which you could say we had a short little correction of 50% before we went to slightly new all-time highs. Although I would have been happy if I would have sold in this zone before that 50% dump. Maybe you're different. Maybe you want. Maybe you're a nice community member who likes to hold through 50% dumps for slightly new all-time highs. It's not me. Although there is one piece of hopium in all of this, despite all those 50 and 60% dumps, is now you're forming a massive inverse head and shoulders on the RSI, which lasts about 4 years. 4-year inverse head and shoulders. So, but what this would require, there was a test of somewhere around this middle zone. This middle zone on the RSI right now sits at about $42,000 to $43,000. So we telling you that we're very likely to come back down with a bearish divergence to somewhere around $42,000 to $43,000. But once we get there, though, we have so much confluence around this area being our next macro low. You can take a very, very, very high risk in this area. You can basically go balls to the wall in this area because we're very, very unlikely to get a monthly close under that $48,000 level ever again, based off of that hash ribbons, which hash ribbons right now has a higher than 80% hit rate. So I personally bet on something like that. And possibly you can wick under $40,000, but you're very, very unlikely to ever get close below that level ever again. And that right now lines up with right around our, I believe, 55 EMA, somewhere around there. And that would be with the monthly volatility expanding from below that 15%, giving us that dump to that $40,000 level. But once you get to this area and you hold this area, though, which is like probability says you likely will, you're gonna get that inverse head and shoulders, and then you're gonna once you close over right around this bullish control zone, which right now is at about $75,000. Number is going to change. Right now it's about $75,000. You will confirm that inverse head and shoulders, and that takes you to pretty ridiculous number.
$1 billion.
And keep in mind, this is the next cycle, not this one, because this is going to take like 3 years to play out. It's about $426,000.
Kathy Woods, dry vagina, enter the chat.
$426,000. Pretty crazy. I don't know. Does that sound too unrealistic for the next cycle? It's 4x from the current all-time highs.
No, I mean, unless they change the complete financial system around the world and they stop like creating debt like crazy, nah.
$420,000 for one Bitcoin. A Big Mac will cost you $750.
That'll be nice. That'll be, yeah. Fuck.
2 week right now is getting pretty high on this what do you call it, next to this bunch of EMAs, which I'm thinking is going to be resistant at $90,000 to $91,000 zone. More confluence of that area being a next lower high before lower. And on the 2 week, we have many drives of bearish divergence confirmed. We're just about to give you a volatility setup. Right now, that bearish divergence will be active as long as you're closing below 99,520, so basically $100,000. And if you get any tick below 76,702, you're going to get another drive on that divergence towards somewhere around $63,000. Very similar number as before. Weekly right now has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. I can't believe I missed that on this last week's close. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing above $76,702. And now you got volatility expansion with a hidden bullish divergence. That's very interesting. That'll take us somewhere around this middle zone on the RSI. Right now, the middle zone goes a little higher than my bias, sitting at $95,122. That's something to make me think. Very interesting. So I guess if we don't get a very sharp rejection at 91s, I'm probably gonna front run the stop and cut it. But we'll see. On the 5-day, we have active bearish divergence still, as long as we're closing below $95,150, and any tick below $76,700 brings us to about $71,000. And then overall, that bounce is very likely to fail and then down towards 63. 3-day, nothing. 2-day, nothing. No, actually, 2-day has active bullish divergence as long as you're closing above 76,702. And if you get any type of close over about, what is this over here? 87,504, basically, which we're pretty well above that right now. Very likely to retest this $91,000 area. Does that line up with any of our RSI targets? It does not. Daily has 3 drives of bullish divergence confirmed, quite nice. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing above 83,180. And right now, our resistance zone is right around this bunch of EMAs, right around $90,000 to $91,000. I wish this thing would stop being such a whore and just go there quickly instead of dragging it out. Because I would like to close my longs and place my short already.
At the same time?
Exactly.
I mean, you can.
Chart. Momentum. And we will zoom out. Drift over to the monthly. Beautiful meme lines. It looks like this top green one will not be touched. But this bottom one needs some loving. Right now, monthly is giving us that volatility setup with volatility dropping below 15%. So as I mentioned before, and whenever it starts expanding, you will have basically monthly has a 100% hit rate. The weekly and 5-day is about 85%, but monthly is 100% hit rate. It won't always be that way, but as of right now, it is 100%. So 100% probability of whenever volatility expands, price moves in the direction of momentum. And right now, momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $102,000. Not only that, but we have confirmed bearish divergence on momentum as well. The last time we had bearish divergence confirmed on the stochastic with the volatility setup was right over here, right before Luna. Very interesting. Very interesting. Which crypto company is about to go bankrupt now? Let's make these moons disappear.
Are we back to astrology class?
I believe we are. TA is astrology for men anyways.
I know, but now you really went full astrology on me.
For all the people
who thought stars and shit.
For all the people who thought TA is astrology for men didn't take it far enough. And it goes even further. Sometimes Mercury likes to enter into retrograde. Jupiter or
in the
Jupiter.
bullish control zone.
Jupiter in retrograde. Jupiter is in Gatorade now, sir.
Oh, the Gatorade. I see.
And then we have blood moons and all of these things. Millionaires don't use astrology. Billionaires do.
That was good.
On the 2-week, we're also getting that volatility set up. Volatility sitting at 15%, very, very close to an expansion. And we have many drives of bearish divergence confirmed, and we're pointed down below $102,500. Quite high. About $14,000 away from where we are right now. On the weekly, we're getting that volatility set up, and volatility is close to flipping up, but still pointed to the downside. And we're pointed down below $90,320, which also gives us more influence for why that $90,000 area is going to be significant resistance. 5-day as well as getting the volatility expansion, starting to flip up what's actually currently flipped to the upside. So now that 5-day setup has been invalidated, and now we have to look for a new 5-day setup. And it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $83,200. 2-day right now is starting to flip back up. It's still below the moving average, has not quite confirmed volatility expansion yet, so it's still in the contraction phase. And momentum is pointed up above $82,100. Daily is very, very close to volatility expansion, just about to reach the moving average with getting below the 15%. And currently, daily is pointed up above $84,400. Now, daily is very close to getting to the critical zone. This area is going to very likely we're going to have the pivot rise. We have to see where it rises to. If it rises above price action, quite bearish. If price action is still above where this pivot is, then we might actually go above that $94,000 area. My bias is that this pivot goes up a lot. It's a cheeky little bias. On the 4-hour, we have a fresh silver cross to the upside right now with volatility set up from many periods of 0%. And we're currently at 63.5% on volatility, with momentum getting very close to the edge right now. We are still pointed up as long as we're above $88,200. We're dancing above the area. And on this next close, this pivot is likely to go up, and that probably lines up with us hitting a local top somewhere around $90,000. Even if we're the most bullish ever and we're going to go to $100,000 and beyond, I expect rejection on the first tap around $90,000 because of how much resistance is in that area, and because it's a round psychological number. Right now, all the high time frames on Bitcoin are aligning to the downside. You're getting volatility setups, which we haven't had since the Luna breakdown, with many drives with various divergence on the stochastic and the RSI. You can on the monthly, you got various divergence on the 2-week. You have all of these things telling you the next time you tick below 76,700, you're very likely going to go down to first around 73 to 74 for a little bit of a bounce, then eventually down to about 63 for a bigger bounce. And then eventually, I would look for the bottom to be somewhere around the very low $40,000 area on a closing basis. And invalidation follow this is getting a weekly closure over $99,550. So basically $100,000, you get a weekly close over there, then okay, we can go to new all-time highs. But right now, it's leaning towards that we're probably going to break down, and probably the local top is in for a long time. At the very least, I would say somewhere around 6 to 8 months, but more realistically, somewhere around a year to a year and a half. But once again, I'm wrong above $100,000. Right now, the levels we're looking for is 99,520 to the upside, 95,150 to tap that what do you call it? That $99,000 area. On a weekly basis, if you close above 95,150, then you can hit 99.5. Close weekly over 99.5, then you can go to new all-time highs. And to the downside, any tick below 76.7, then you go to 73.74, slight bounce, maybe 78.80. Rejection there, down to 63. Bigger bounce at 63. I'd say that 63 bounce might even take you up to like mid 80s. Rejection there, and then down to low 40s.
That would not be swell. Just before you jump in, Alex, let me just do a shameless plug, señor.
Great. Cool.
Vale, antes de pasarles, obviamente, lo que acaba de contar Farhan, vamos a ver también lo de Alex, pero para toda la gente que quiera unirse a Elite Trading Academy, tenemos aquí nuestro Discord, el enlace está en la descripción del video, ahorita se los voy a poner en X para que lo tengan, van a entrar acá a nuestro Discord, súper fácil de usar, honestamente, por más que odie su tío Salo Discord, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, aquí está el nombre, lo pueden ver, los análisis de buen Alex, los análisis de Farhan por acá. Cáiganle también al chat general a platicar con todo. Es bueno siempre apoyarse de otros traders, así que ¿por qué no darse una vuelta por acá? Vengan a compartir cualquier pregunta que tengan del criptolingo, cosas que decimos por acá, aquí lo tenemos para todos ustedes. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias o sus pérdidas con nosotros. No mames, bien por ti. Y también, pues, vengan a cualquier enlace que necesitan, acá lo tienen. Y para todos ustedes que quieren tradear futuros, pero no quieren absolutamente pagar por ni madres, también acá lo tenemos en el sitio web. Tenemos nuestro sitio web. Vengan a Tutos, pónganlo en español, en inglés es How To's. Y acá tenemos cómo tradear en Bluffing. Esto te va a servir también. Bluffing es donde tradeamos futuros de criptomonedas nosotros. Tienen acá el enlace a la página, un video de 5 minutos que te explica exactamente cómo hacerlo, cómo depositar en tu cuenta, todo eso. Y esto aplica también para BTCC y nuestro enlace está aquí abajo. BTCC tiene para tradear lo mismo, todas las criptomonedas, pero también tienes acciones, tienes Tesla, Microsoft, Google, todas las acciones grandes, MicroStrategy, etcétera. Y también tienes Forex en BTCC. Entonces, existen las dos opciones, las dos las tenemos en nuestro Discord, en los enlaces y también aquí en la descripción del video para que le caigan, lo vean, todo es absolutamente gratis esto. Y recuerden, nunca les vamos a pedir dinero, nunca les vamos a pedir manejar su dinero, nunca les vamos a pedir que nos manden dinero y nunca les vamos a pedir nada fuera de lo que están comprando en el sitio web. Tampoco tienen que conectar su cartera en nuestro Discord para que no caigan en absolutamente nada. No necesitas criptomonedas ni identidad cripto en nuestro Discord. Así que aquí lo tienen. Alex, the floor is yours.
Sweet. Nice. Yeah, so Bitcoin, I mean, we're getting that busting action Farn was talking about last week. For me, it was all really dependent on two things. It was the daily SMA 200 and then also the daily EMA 200. Generally, when Bitcoin's under those two levels, I have to gauge that as major resistance until proven otherwise. Proven otherwise is just a reclaim. Now, it's hard because if you've been here for, at least like a week or two, it's been max chop around there, just reclaiming, losing it, reclaiming it, losing it. But in that chop, we've identified an uptrend with consistent higher lows with the higher high. So for me, when we're above the daily EMA 200, on top of that, the SMA 200, generally speaking, you get a free move up to the EMA 100. Now, for me, I have to just sit on my hands. I closed all shorts, basically in the early morning of today, because I'm not trying to fight trend. And even if the daily is in an uptrend, we still can't disregard the fact that the weekly is in a freshly downtrend with a lower low. So we have to gauge anywhere around this zone being the lower high. Now, visually, without any moving averages, you can just see this zone being a very important spot for Bitcoin. That is the 91,200 region. I mean, for multiple weeks, what we had was major dumps down, major pumps from that. Major dumps, major pumps. And it was just like that for a while, actually. I mean, since November up until we broke down in March of 2025. So November of 2024 all the way up until March of this year. So this is a major zone for Bitcoin, essentially. With the weekly trend still down, it's a little more tricky because the daily is going to help, bulls essentially get momentum up. And so far that's worked. I mean, the daily has gone up impressively, essentially since we did reclaim above that EMA 200. Now, I wanted to hold shorts ideally up until tomorrow, because I just wasn't sure if a Sunday pump was actually going to hold us up and we'd actually expand from here. And that's just simply because of this scenario. Generally, though, with lots of chop, it can just make, in my opinion, people like me a little more stingier to close the trade because you've just had the chop scenario. For me, though, it was pretty evident on exactly where we'll be wrong. I'm not a person to want to fight the daily trend, even if the weekly is down, because why hold a short here when I can just short higher? And so for me, it was if we started to break 87.5, that to me essentially confirmed, my stubbornness with this uptrend being actually in an uptrend with the higher high break. And now for me, I'm really just sitting on my hands engaging the move to 90,300 to possibly a wick up to 91.3. If we gauge the daily, it makes sense. Like I said, when you get back above the SMA 200 and the EMA 200, you generally get a free move. Like here, you just had a nice upside scenario, but the difference is this actually got reclaimed, held as support, and then had a nice move from that point. But even here, you held the EMA 200, had a very nice move up to the EMA 100, had a very easy rejection. I remember this. I think this was, around 4th of July. Nice evening star rejection of the EMA 100 before a nice nuke. We just keep going. You'll notice in this, scenario is we've only really been testing. We only really test essentially that SMA 200 on the daily when you're in a chop scenario. Here, I mean, this was no different. This was just mega chop when we were in the 60s, 69,000 range. But lastly here, I mean, we were heavily below the SMA 200, EMA 200. Really wasn't until we got back above where we started to really see the moves. Now, this doesn't really play into my scenario because what you'll see is the 100 is actually under both of these. So let me just see one more here. I'll just go. We'll just stick to this. It just will fit my bias and make it quicker. So that's it. I mean, you generally, now you have two scenarios. We're either going to now lose, right, this SMA 200, front run the rejection and go down, but with the daily trend, like very strong, and BBWP unfortunately expanding because the idea was that this was going to expand to the downside, fulfilling our bias that the weekly was really going to start breaking down. Now what we see is this weekly is freshly expanding, confirmed today. This again, just we'll have to have a bias of more up. Last occurrence of this, we moved, let's see, from this point, we'll take it from there. 16%. I can be a little more conservative with it, of course. From that daily EMA 200, you can see it's no different from even in this chop zone. Free move up to the EMA 100. Yeah, that was 10%. And so technically speaking, we easily could overshoot that is what I'm trying to basically bring home here. 10%, you're already testing essentially that major spot, which is 95,000. 95,000 is a big zone. Call it 94,500. That's a major zone for Bitcoin. Why? Because if we actually get back above there, yeah, the weekly trend is now back up. That'll be a really big cause of concern if you're going in this shorting, simply because of where weekly BBWP is. Confirmed, it's expanding, but we have to be very cognizant of the idea that if the weekly trend shifts, this very well could then start working in favor of bulls. Soon as you break essentially 94,300. Go to the 5 days so visually it looks better. Essentially, once you start breaking this wick high, 5 day weekly, it's all going to be in an uptrend. Monthly 9 is going to then essentially hold. This was kind of like the one hopium scenario I did talk about even when I was short, which was the monthly 9. This entire bull market we've held above the monthly 9. You can just see once we got back above it in September 2023, the coin never lost it. That is literally like almost 2 years of just staying above it and also giving bulls an easy long opportunity whenever you test it. So we have to just, understand that. But with the weekly trend still down, I have to have my bias, which is still bear, of course. And, I have to be looking at this as just a weekly lower high. Now, weekly lower highs are hard to gauge because, you have to have the trend shift on the daily and you get those big moves up, just like, big moves down. But as long as this weekly trend does not shift back up, we still have to really gauge essentially this zone very carefully. Now, my rejection zone on Bitcoin is interesting because it's more like a range. We know this meme line here worked well, but it's just a meme line. You could draw it any way, which way you want. You could literally draw it from this wick low here, and then it even matches your bias more. For me, I'm just looking at this as a major range. So what do we know? Well, we know the weekly 9 is very important on Bitcoin. I kind of do regret not just playing the weekly chart here, because if we just gauge the weekly 9, throughout the history of Bitcoin, this is what I was doing on my free time over the weekend, while also dunking my face in cold sparkling water and putting bananas all over my face, for the culture. But what I was doing over the weekend was just like, okay, where could I make my life a lot more easier? And that's just simply playing like what we already know, higher time frame. So, if you really gauge, like when we went bear, right, in 2022, it was just very simple. It was like, whenever you break away and make the lower low, you would never short here. You would just always play the weekly moving averages. Here you would have still would have printed. You would have sweated a little bit because you whipped above. But even here, you see the 21 held, rejected down. Okay, slightly concerning. Never broke this last high. You can see the reclaim deviation. And then from that deviation here, remember, major bull trap. From this point, you just essentially had an easy ride. If you just shorted the weekly 9, this worked well. Okay, cool. TP here. Let me just reopen a short at the weekly 9. That worked well. Okay, cool. This reclaim. Let me close the short. Nice. Another SFP play, just like here. Let me short the 9. That worked well. TP. My point being, like, playing the weekly 9 just works on Bitcoin. Here we see, any pullbacks. Okay, that front ran it. We didn't get filled. We moved up. A lot of FOMO. I need to get filled. Let me just play the weekly 9. Oh, cool. I just filled. That was an amazing entry. We busted up. And it's not really until you start losing the weekly 9 where you either go down or you just start chopping. And so for now, what we see is this whole bull market, we had an easy, entry and ride up using the weekly 9. It's not until you lose the 9 where then you're going to, kind of move from the 9 to the 34, which is what we got here in the chop scenario. So you actually close above the 9, hold it, you expand. And so what do we have? Well, we have a weekly trend shift, which is, still very fresh. I mean, this was in an uptrend for a very long time. We had this shift to a downtrend once we had that 49K dump. But then what we see is bulls quickly got that back to an uptrend before breaking up to 100K. So we really don't want this scenario to play out where we had weekly volatility fire off like we do now, but lots of chop ensued here, causing weekly volatility to reset. This minute reset here caused bulls to gain the upper hand with the higher low, causing us to break out. Now, we don't have that scenario still. We're not above the 21. We're even slightly rejecting it now. I do think if we come up and actually squeeze a little higher, I'm watching 89,500 to be the next rejection zone. To me, I'm not putting a lot of weight on this range because it could just be real subjective. I could draw it here. I could draw it all the way from here. And now, oh, look, it's matching my bias with the weekly 9. But I'll still keep this line right where I know it's essentially been working, which is 91,300. So I can at least tell me, okay, if we start really getting back above 91,300, that point, you're going to be above the weekly 9. The daily EMA 100 is currently sitting right around that zone at 90,200. So you'll know, okay, well, that already invalidates any short hopium because I don't short when Bitcoin is above the daily EMA 100. Generally, when Bitcoin is above, let's say the weekly 9 and the weekly EMA 100, which again, generally they do kind of correspond around the same area. I have a rule where I just will not short Bitcoin if we are above it or we reclaim it even on one closure. Now, this rule works well, right? If you play the EMA 100, this short printed nicely. I remember this 4th of July. It's not really until you break out, reclaim it. This is where you need to not short. And then, okay, cool. We lost it. We broke down. Let me punt this short. Little green here, chop, right? You're not really getting follow through. But when you have this rule and, you stick to it, generally when you do have follow through on trades using this, this short printed nicely. I mean, from that rejection here, that gave you an easy 11% move. But then even on the reclaim here, it's just okay, cool. We reclaimed the EMA 100. I'm closing all shorts. And then that would have saved you a lot of pain. Here, everyone's bearish. The daily EMA 100 still holding. Still wouldn't have caused you a lot of pain if you just played this. Whereas even in a bear market, what we see is generally when we lose this in a bear market, you don't want to see this get reclaimed. Now, it can obviously, and that's just chop, and that's where we can use like the weekly 9 to identify what's going on. But generally speaking, this should just stay under it. And if you use that criteria, you would have shorted this whole way down, closed here, not played this long, and then right here opened another short, and then you would have just played the bear market. And this is how I just successfully shorted the entire bear market. And again, it's not until you start reclaiming it here, right, at like $18,000, which let me just double check myself because I said the daily SMA 200 also was around there. Yeah, right. I remember this. It was like once this happened, there was no reason to be a bear anymore. I mean, you're now above the SMA 200, the EMA 100, even throw the 200 there if you want. And that essentially, though, once you got back above the EMA 100 and SMA 200, really was like the bottom for Bitcoin, and that was it. And it could just be a simple criteria like that, playing these two moving averages. And so now what we have is, I would engage here. We understand the weekly 9 is pretty important for Bitcoin. That is right now at 89,500. So we have to gauge this still as major resistance. We may not get that 90K move if we simply reject this weekly 9. And that is kind of a spot, the first spot that you would have to kind of gauge as your first rejection zone. It was a major support zone. We've lost it. We've stayed under it. We're not even above the 21 yet. And this weekly still has a long way to go with volatility still in favor of bears. We have to really be gauging the weekly low or high. We'll be gauging the daily as well. As long as we're staying above that SMA 200, you're generally going to get a free move to the EMA 100. Now, this sits right around where the weekly 9 is. It's sitting at 90,200. So now you're sitting with like a range, right? It's like 85,005. My apologies. It's like 89,500 to like 90,300 is your rejection zone, in my opinion. So long as we don't a reclaim 91.3, it's going to be fine. And specifically, you're wrong if you start closing or getting any kind of even wick above, what was it, 95,000. Yeah, 95,000 essentially. So the same level as Farns. If you start really breaking that, yeah, this weekly trend hopium that bears are going to essentially take us into the low 60s will be invalidated for me. And then at that point, right, the daily EMA 100 reclaimed, weekly 9s reclaimed, and now we're in long mode again. And that just works. But until then, if you're not positioned, I'm not longing here. You easily can play trend though. I mean, this is why we like trending markets, because if you just gauge, and this is what I've been looking at too, if you just look at the hourly 9 up until like 2 days ago, playing the hourly 9 has just worked. I mean, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, it just works. And we can see here Bitcoin hasn't even lost the hourly 9. And on top of it, you can see now we're even breaking above the last previous wick high rejection, and ideally even basing on it, forming a bull flag potentially. So, I had to close my shorts. I was going into Bitcoin the last 2 weeks thinking, we would first hit 73s to 69s before we got this bounce to 91s. Perfectly fine being wrong. It's annoying, but whatever. I'm more grateful though for the volatility that we're getting now in markets. And this weekly view tells me we're either very close to breaking out or breaking down. And that's why I'm not really getting FOMO. I'm just, okay, I was wrong. Daily trend is up now. I have to just patiently wait for 89.5 to 90,300, with my invalidation being like 95 to 94,500. We flipped this weekly trend. I'm back in long mode. And essentially, you start getting back above 91,300 on a weekly. You're now back in this range. We can extend this line for the mid-range. That could easily take you back up to 99,800, testing the psychological point of 100K. You reclaim that. Now you have an easy move back up to testing the all-time high. Bitcoin ends up going back to like $109,000. Yeah, you have to really wonder if like we're potentially going to reclaim specifically, is it the monthly median? Yeah, the monthly median. In doing so, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, then we're back on to some insane George numbers, and Scotty Boy was right. It was just tailwinds ahead.
I told you, boys, it was just the tailwinds ahead. I told you. Anyways, I gotta go check out the McLaren F1 team. I don't know what's going on, but they're telling me to go. See you guys. Tailwinds.
Adios, Scott. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Scott.
Hey, to be honest though, I'd probably do some Scott shit too to get where he gets to on those F1 races.
I gotta be honest with you. It's kind of crazy they haven't given us that type of access yet with everything that we're doing. But I'm sure they're gonna call soon and realize and put it together at some point.
I demand to smell Max Verstappen's sweaty suit.
That's right. That's right. I want to get yelled at by his dad.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Exactly.
I want to see Louis Armstrong fight, or whatever.
Louis Armstrong, sir, go take a nap. You go take a nap.
I forgot his name.
Oh my god.
I want to see Lewis Hamilton fight the power in person.
Sorry, Alex.
All good. I mean, this is even viewing the HBDR now, you can even just see like a move up is fine, but nothing really is actionable until you really start getting above 91.3. You get back above 91.3, you're now at risk of, if you're shorting, right, you're at risk of potentially going all the way up to the median. Median probably moves down into next week, probably goes closer to 100K. But what we see is even here, we had the breakdown. Cool. We got the lower low. Make a lot of sense to me to see that lower high being formed around here. Right at the 38.2%. Everyone's bullish now. Bitcoin bounced really nicely, moved up 18%. And essentially, if this forms the lower high, I have to then change my entire idea on Bitcoin because where is that chart? Did I delete it? Well, it's fine. I'll just go here. Because, remember, my idea on Bitcoin was this. The idea was that we were going to dump. We were going to form some kind of bottom around 73 to possibly even all the way to 65s. And then from there, we were going to get the big move. Oops. Go back. Get the LARP line, something like this, right? And then we get the big move. We nuke down. And then that's where we start actually going down. But, with this move, what you're going to see is bulls are extremely happy. They're extremely horny. Everyone is now mocking bears, and it's fine. You can accept it. Just for now. I guarantee, right? And last time I said that, it was not a guarantee. It was wrong. But I'm almost certain that as long as the weekly trend is down, what you're going to get is this aggressive move up that's going to get everyone bullish again. This is going to be a weekly lower high. And now that we have the weekly lower high, we have to now be gauging for a lot lower. I do think at minimum, we're possibly going to go back down to 65s or possibly even capitulate down to 50s. And that's what bulls essentially did to themselves is, okay, they got the nice move up, but if this churns into a lower high, you now can't really be betting on the 73s to 69s to hold. It's going to be very concerning to me. And now, we potentially could just go straight to the 100. So we'll have to see, right? We know we're wrong, and that's if this weekly trend shifts. We start reclaiming 91.3. But until then, I'm going to be gauging shorts at 89.5 to 90,300 being a major opportunity. Everything now is just noise on crypto Twitter. Can let bulls celebrate now, but I've seen this before. It can easily just be like multiple days of this. You go up, you tap our levels, and one day you just are back down. So that's just kind of it. I have to gauge the bias on the weekly trend until proven otherwise. We're not even above the weekly 9. The daily EMA 100 hasn't even been tested. And don't get it twisted. Each time in this range we've tested that has been major short opportunities. Like here, okay, wicked up a little above, but you can see the 34 held us. I think Alejandro, you shorted this actually on the 34. Yeah. Okay, that worked out nicely. Here, positioned again, and that worked out beautifully. So the last 2 times we've tested this has led to major rejections that have resulted in at minimum 8%. So, you have to really be gauging that. If we do dump 8% from there, where would that take us? That would take us all the way back down, breaking the daily trend. Now bears are sad. And, this was all nothing more than just a bad dream for bears. So that's Bitcoin. That's my analysis. I'm now just sitting on my hands. I'm going to be patiently waiting for either this zone, the SMA 200, EMA 200, and the daily 9 to get lost, or for us to actually reject this area and form another weekly lower high, which would be the first weekly lower high in this fresh downtrend, which then generally would be probably an aggressive dump to the lower low. Especially when, we've moved 18% straight up and bulls are now kind of mocking bears today, which makes sense. It's fine. It's perfectly okay to me to see, but let's just see the reaction at 90s. And that's basically it. Let me just check here the quarterly on Bitcoin. So that is closing.
In just 6 days, right? Yeah. 7 days.
Yeah, 7 days, 9 hours. Not anything. Yeah, possibly doji top. So I'll say with a deviation of 91.3. If you actually deviate 91.3, let me just see my other chart here. Oh gosh. Okay, cool. And even on so this is Binance. So rejection of the 38.2%. What you see is that median's at 55K, 56. That is kind of my bear market worst case scenarios to 55s. So I find that interesting, but honestly, this is not, it's nothing. Doji's fine, but I'm just not liking the fact that we're actually losing this zone. 91.3 you would have expected to hold. That's not holding. So, I just give you more confidence that if we, let's say, do close this, let's say we don't move and Bitcoin just in 6-7 days closes like this, again, good confluence. If you do get that move up to like the 91s, that will be looked at as like a quarterly bearish retest, in my opinion, with possibly a doji top here. So.
I was going to ask you or Farhan, whoever can answer this right now, looking at the median right there. Sorry.
Oh, now let me get it
right
back.
there, looking at the median on your chart. It's the 3-month, close to 7 days, 9 hours. We're below the median, right? So
Yeah.
if we close where we are right now, would we have a higher chance of going towards the bottom part of the 38.2%?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bottom.
Yeah,
Because
right.
you have a rejection of the median.
Yeah. So effectively, that would like make us all think that would make us just go, there's a higher probability of visiting the 62,900s than anything else, or 57,000 actually. Yeah.
Right now,
Yeah.
yeah, it's at 57.5. As long as you are under the median, you do have the technical target of the 38.2. But this is closing in 7 days, so this can easily shift.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, you saw that here. Median held, nice evening star in the quarterly, got follow through, lost the median here, and then boom, dumped, lost the 38.2%, and then broke down, reclaimed above the median, shifted up. So then we essentially tapped the bottom of the 38.2%. That was kind of clean. And then from there, got a free move up to the median. That's interesting to see, actually. And then that's basically it. What about here? Reclaimed the median, lost it, possibly another shooting star top candle in the quarterly. Those generally have led to the candle formations on the quarterly have been pretty nice on the follow through. We tried to rally up, couldn't reclaim it, rejected the median. And then from that point, yeah, you definitely broke down, hit even the extremes, 100% on this chart. And so now what we have is, yeah, I mean, median's still very up. We rejected it, front running the rejection, deviation, possibly a doji top here. After being in a very nice uptrend, you just have to be, slightly concerned there. So yeah, nothing crazy. Just something to watch, I guess. And yeah, I mean, the monthly is still going to give you that bias. 94.5 to 95K makes sense to me. Because if you start getting above there, well, this monthly's turned into an insane candle. We've bounced off the 9, and we're now above the median. Just the same criteria. If we do stay above the median here, technically speaking, you would get a move up to 150,000, which probably means this monthly fires off in bull's favor. And we are absolutely dead wrong on the bear market, and this will be the first time the bearish divergence fails, in my opinion, if that does occur. Which, I'm sure there's a lot of people smarter than me looking at that who are positioned. So it's like a big zone here on Bitcoin. But that's why I'm going to be using the weekly to kind of at least shift or gauge the monthly. But, we can talk about it because it's closing in 7 days. So that is now actionable. So, it's going to be an interesting range so far. I mean, it hasn't changed anything, though. I mean, I will just say that again. Hasn't really changed anything on the higher time frames. I mean, yes, we got a nice bounce, but are we even above the 5? Or no, we are obviously above the 5 if we're above the 9. But no, we are reclaiming the 5. So okay. So that's Bitcoin. I'm going to look now at tether dominance because tether dominance too can help guide, if we're potentially going to do some more busting action. Something to note here is BBWP is expanding on the index, right? Yeah, index. Again, we're not above the moving average. There is hopium this could roll over and reset, but again, it's going to possibly confirm today. While also we're breaking the 38.2% with BBWP expanding. If this was the opposite side where we were testing here with BBWP expanding, I'd be pretty bricked up to short. So we do have to gauge higher. I do think this rally has to stop at 91.3. So that is saying if we do break out, possibly go up 3% from here, possibly a move up to 1.79. But again, it's just going to be dependent on the daily, staying under the EMA 100. As soon as that gets reclaimed, even on one closure, I'm cutting all shorts. Here, that didn't work, fine, but easily could get repositioned here with a stop at this high. So that's why there's no FOMO with this. It's just more sticking to that You fail when you break your rules and you start doing this, and you're like, no, we have to go down. And then you just stay wrong. It's fine to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And that's why I'm just having a very strict criteria on that. I'm not going to give longs out here, specifically on a higher high break too. That would be stupid. But rather, I'm just going to be telling everyone really gauge 89.5 to 90,300 with a possible extremity wick to 91.3. You could easily have your invalidation either here at 93, but I think personally it's just safer to keep it to like 95s. That way, then there's no risk of you getting wicked out. You're sticking to the weekly trend. But like I said, if you start reclaiming the EMA 100 on the daily, you absolutely could and should just close all shorts because you easily could get another busting action move and very quickly squeeze to 100K. Now let's look at tether dominance. Let's see here what's going on and if we're potentially going to go lower. So we talked about, I think it was the 5.23%. Yeah, it was. That's a pretty important spot for tether dominance. Generally we've seen major moves up and down from that point. The last occurrence was this nice dump bola after SFPing, where we essentially just had a very insane bull market. Now what we see is we've lost it yesterday. We lost the 21, rallied up, rejecting the 9, and even today possibly losing the 34. If the 34 gets lost today, it's going to give us technically a free move down to the 100. It's the same criteria as it is up as down for me. That to me is going to be a big spot because that is kind of like the last spot for bulls, because if we gauge the weekly trend, what you'll see is, we essentially, let me go to the 5 day, it's cleaner. We essentially have a higher low here. So you need to see the higher low not get broken, and that's at 4.56%. Now that's interesting. We want to keep that in the back of our head, 4.56%, because technically speaking, tether dominance looks like it wants to break down. The next target would be 4.77%. Now, that gives me confluence of my idea of, okay, the weekly trend on Bitcoin is still down. This obviously is now in a downtrend on the daily, while we're potentially going to lose the 34. And if we even look at the rainbow chart, you can see we're actually breaking down now with volatility confirming it. So, here we can easily get confluence that, yeah, we're probably going to go lower. So I don't want to short Bitcoin right now because we're probably going to go lower. Just viewing everything, tether dominance is probably going to go lower. Bitcoin's probably going to go higher. A measured move here from current price action is a little higher than what I have at Bitcoin going up maybe to 91.3. But on tether dominance, we essentially, as long as we don't break 4.45%? Yeah, 4.456%. We easily can dump down, form another weekly higher low. And again, it's the same criteria. As long as tether dominance is above the daily EMA 100, you do have to be gauging this zone as a major bounce zone. I understand the daily trend is down, but that's why we're going to stick to the higher time frames. So today is going to be quite important for Bitcoin, gauging the daily, gauging tether. The daily is either going to lose the 34, we're going to rally up and probably reject the 21, and then from there probably see a really nice nuke down to that, at least the SMA 200. There I want to see a bounce. That's right around where the 78.6% is. I need to see a bounce there on tether dominance, something that'll look like this. Very fast. Bulls essentially get excited. We bottom and then shoot up. If we do that on a weekly, it'll look nothing more than a weekly higher low, weekly EMA 9 test, median test 21, and a 34 test, giving you the next technical target all the way up to 38.2% at 5.47%. At that point, you have to be gauging the weekly SMA 200 because just like what I showed you on Bitcoin, it's extremely important on tether dominance. On any chart, the higher time frame you go, the stronger the SMA 200 gets. This we see the entire bull market was done because tether dominance stayed under that SMA 200. So how we can gauge that is, yeah, if we start closing weeklies back above the SMA 200, it's probably going to mean we're in a bear market, and that bearish divergence on Bitcoin probably plays out. Because what you'll notice is we actually really haven't tested that weekly SMA 200 up until this bull market. That's why this cycle's a little different, in my opinion, and feels a little different, because we are testing levels on a chart we've never ever tested before. And so we've had lots of chop, but generally speaking, you get big rejections down and big moves up when you reclaim it. So for me, tether dominance looks like it easily could go down. You need to gauge the weekly 9. That gives you confluence of Bitcoin, engaging the weekly 9 on Bitcoin. 89.5 to 90,300 is the rejection spot, whereas essentially 4.91% to possibly 4.78% is the bounce zone. I'll be wrong on this idea of Bitcoin starts reclaiming the daily EMA 100 and tether dominance starts closing under the 4.69%. 4.69% will be very important. It's a level we've always talked about. We've rallied up and rejected, and when we reclaimed it, and that still doesn't change. Now, we ideally don't want it to go to 4.69% because then you'll be very close to the weekly trend shifting back down, giving bulls the ultimate confirmation on Bitcoin that we're probably going to bust up. But until then, this most likely goes down to like 4.8% if the daily loses to 34. That's why today you need to watch closely, because we've seen aggressive dumps down, of course, but it's not until that daily 34 gets lost where you get that move to the 100. So we easily could see Bitcoin right now reject the weekly 21, as we see. Tether dominance here actually holds above the 34, as we see. And then that essentially grinds out some bottom. This is some fake breakdown. And then from there, we actually go up. But, you know, just the way everything's looking currently, I have to just sit on my hands and wait for Bitcoin to actually hit my level and not front run that. Because front running the shorts has not worked, I will say. So until then, you need to just wait, watch the daily today. Use this as your kind of criteria. You can see you never lost it. And then there we formed an insane golfing candle, a nice green dildo up of 13% in one day. That's why waiting and confirmation is extremely key, specifically for crypto, because if you're going to play volatility, you have to be right on the timing. And until then, this is looking like it's about to break down. That gives me confidence that Bitcoin isn't done yet. Probably going to go up a little higher. You need to gauge 89.5 to 90,300. Now let's look at Bitcoin dominance, because you know I always look at it, so why not? Weekly is still in an uptrend, very obvious. We're now just kind of grinding out that higher low like we talked about at the weekly 9. And now what we see is we're at a pretty important spot, which is that median. Generally, you'd be gauging this median to hold us. If this median on the weekly can hold us, this is where you possibly start breaking out and getting your higher high break. And I say that because from this point, you get to move up to the 62.92%, which at that point, you're now testing kind of in this range. The next target would be 64, or like 63.89%. It's funny because you're seeing, you know, everyone get pretty happy about Ethereum, you know, bouncing, but really hasn't done much, in my opinion. Like, yeah, like I'm sure you guys have seen it too, right? Like people have longed Ethereum. It was pretty obvious, like, right? Like you should get some reaction on that SFP, but you've essentially done nothing. And Ethereum has just done nothing. Like, let's just see on the weekly. Yeah, it's literally done nothing. So, and it's funny because I guess we even have the LARP line drawn here. If it goes to like 2,500, it's probably going to be an easy short opportunity. Why I'm saying that though is because Bitcoin dominance is still looking mega bullish to me. There's nothing bearish about it. This is in an uptrend. This has a higher low. You're getting people excited about ETH, which is always a bad sign. Monthly too is just like breaking out. Yes, we're still rejecting the EMA 100, which is interesting because we did talk about some rejection there, but this should be concerning because you're not really rejecting. Like, yes, you've rejected it in quotation marks, but a rejection on an EMA 100 on a monthly on a level you've never tested, you would be gauging this. You're not getting that. You're just getting like kind of like baiting here. And we're still breaking out. We're still holding above the 38.2%. This monthly is still in an uptrend with, let me actually, hold on. Because I can't see. Yeah, it's still in an uptrend, obviously. and you're just kind of stopped because of that EMA 100. Why this is terrible though, and why I do think Ethereum is cooked and we're probably going to go to 500 and lower, is just simply because, like I said on tether dominance, similar to what I said, you're getting things on this chart that you've never ever had in the history of this chart. Meaning, you've never in the history of Bitcoin dominance ever have been above the monthly EMA 100. Now, if I put a lot of emphasis on the EMA 100 on the daily, we have to put a shit ton of emphasis on it on the monthly. And if this starts reclaiming it, I mean, you are now just, let me see real quick, the SMA 200, see the SMA 100, so you're above there. EMA 200, not even enough data on there. You're essentially above all the major moving averages I look at. Essentially, now you're just playing the meme lines, which the next technical target would be 69%. Remember, we haven't tested that since 2020. You reclaim 69%, you're going to go up to the 79s, the 80%. It's pretty nice. Benjamin Cowan is going to be extremely bricked up, and crypto Twitter is going to be extremely upset, because that will be something that we've never really seen on Bitcoin dominance. We have this major collapse here, and this is where everyone, right? If you haven't been around Bitcoin or crypto, you have the constant hopium of alt season. And why that was because Bitcoin dominance here had its first ever like capitulation, where, you know, we formed a Bitcoin dominance, consolidated, a few years went by, whatever, and at that point saw a massive capitulation down. Obviously, alts at this point were way less diluted. There was a lot less of them. I think there was only like, I don't know, maybe less than 10,000 alts at this point.
That was the start of the Crypto Kitties, by the way. Do you remember that?
Kitties.
Yeah, Crypto Kitties was like the first NFT kind of like famous project that came out of ETH. Aside from like obviously CryptoPunks and whatnot, everybody was getting those kitties that they would breed them and whatnot. It was exactly in that drop when they came out, and they were like, they went from like $100 to $100,000.
Yeah, and this is why like people are so excited about alt season all the time, because during that time in 2017 we just gauge, I mean, you know, maybe this is a bad example, but yeah, what's a coin like Bitcoin Cash, I guess? Yeah, it's a good one. Or not even enough data on that, huh? What coin
is one of the oldest?
Oh, Litecoin. Yeah, Litecoin. Let's look at that. That's a good one. I don't even think Binance, so maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing, but it's fine. Does Litecoin have an index?
There you go.
The dollar, yeah. Nope, that wasn't good.
Type in LTC USDT, or you might see it, or USD. You remove the T?
USD, because
What's
it's
tether?
before
Yeah,
the stables.
around.
Yeah, right there. Index, second one.
Oh, wait, I saw it. Yeah, good man. All right, cool. So it was like what, 2016? Yeah, this is why everyone is so obsessed with it, because you just had coins that went from like $4 to, well, you know, an absurd number. $300. Another one I'm surprised we didn't even look at is BNB. You know, that was also an easy one. Jeez, I hate this. I'll just do this one. Forget. You know, it essentially went from like 30 cents all the way up to $700. Pretty insane. So that is why you'll always hear people just like talk about Bitcoin dominance. But, you know, all I see on Bitcoin dominance was this was an extremity. This was an opportunity. This is never going to happen again, in my opinion. You're never going to get something that just kind of like launches, consolidates at like 99%, kind of like in the beginnings of when crypto trading was kind of cool and all that. And then you dump, and then that was it. Like, you're never ever going to get an environment like this again. Just saying. You had something similar kind of, but even then this just formed a monthly higher low. So now it really just looks to me like, you know, actually we'll just gauge it on like a quarterly. It'll just be better. This looks like a quarterly higher low. You know, with the monthly currently where we're at, like reclaiming the monthly EMA 100, quarterly possibly even reclaiming above the 34, which, you know, that's my last criteria too before we bust up on any chart. you really do have to wonder if we're like about to see something on Bitcoin dominance we've never seen before, which is a move all the way up to like the 80s to even like 88%. That would be pretty dramatic. I don't know why that would occur. Maybe it's just because, I don't know, because you can't even say it's the US buying Bitcoin only because they have a shit ton of altcoins in the reserve as
No,
well.
I related more to QE, QT, and if they're just not a strong QE coming up, if there's like
No, that's
essentially
why.
a big
Yeah,
money print, yeah, that's
that's why.
essentially going to take all of these guys out.
What is it like? People like to look at the M2 chart, or
You know what QT actually stands for? Quite a twat.
But at least we gave it a shot. I
Looks
don't
like-
measure anything on M2, M3, or M1.
no.
I just see how like the best measure of money hitting the market fast is just spending on dumb shit. So it was an easy one when they said we're going to give Israel and Ukraine $200 billion. Simple. That's going to make it right away into the economy. Right now, you're cutting out jobs, blah, blah, blah. You're not spending on dumb shit. That's not making it fast into the economy. And everyone will debate it. And everywhere, this is, by the way, I'm not claiming I'm right or wrong. This is just what works. You know what I mean? It's like immediate impact. Exactly. It's immediate impact on monetary expansion or contraction. That's the way I see it.
It's true. So, this is not in an environment where I want to be in alts, just personally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we even have here monthly volatility breaking out back above the moving average. Haven't seen that since we actually started this whole rally. And we're doing that same thing now up here. So let's just see real quick. And remember, I'll say this isn't a volatility setup. We're on a monthly. It's never gone below 15%. But what I can say is this isn't a steady downtrend. So eventually this should reach 15%. But we are at the lowest reads we've ever had, ever, on Bitcoin dominance. The last occurrence, which I can just use of us going above the moving average, which I'll assume this is, into this close, is here, where we essentially moved up. I mean, you could be conservative and take it from here, 26%, but we've essentially just been going up from that point. But, we're going to take it from the moving average actually breaking out and then holding above. And yeah, that was more like here, like 26%. So if we do that same idea here, 26% takes you to my target, right around 79%. You're filling all of this out. You're taking out these highs. Quarterly, it's just in an uptrend. So at that point, you get that higher high. You then probably reject here, have a nice reaction on altcoins, possibly even go all the way here. And that could maybe be your, in quotation marks, alt season. But then that probably just forms another quarterly higher low. Because what you'll notice is this isn't an uptrend. I mean, you just see it clear as day, the price divergence on this to this. You never broke this low. You never broke this low. We're just trekking on. It's on a quarterly, so it's going to take a long time. It is odd to see everyone so bullish on alt still when this just looks like it's on the verge of breaking out to levels we've never seen before. Now, I say that because you've never rallied up to these levels before. Yes, you've gone up to like 73%, which let's see real quick, 2020, 2021. And then what did ETH do there? Let's just see, 2020, 2021.
Well, 2021 was the top.
So it is here, 2021. Oh yeah, you're right. Top and then here. So each just capitulated down to the low 800s during that time. April 2022. And then here. God, I'm so redacted. There it is.
You're looking for the bottom of the move. Like, so on the left, like the first big drop. When was that? Like the next candle to the right, the one in the middle, the big one on the right.
Oh, right.
The red, so the red one right in the middle of the chart by the EMA 9, which I believe is. So there you go. That is April 2021. So that's when Bitcoin dominance started to drop like a motherfucker, and that's when the biggest altcoin season we've ever seen started.
Right. My brain was flipped. You're right.
I got you. It happens to me all the fucking time. Yeah.
It's Monday, boys. It's Monday.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I mean, that's the point though. There's no risk of this breaking down. You had an easy opportunity here with that quarterly 9 getting lost. Again, a lot of time with that, but there's really no reason to be bearish on this. You have to be very cautious here. This will take time, of course, but again, this just is looking really bullish to me. If you start really closing monthlies above the EMA 100, I don't see Bitcoin dominance stopping until possibly 69%. Reclaiming that, then yeah, we're going up to 80s, and GG ETH probably goes all the way down to $500. So yeah, big yikes. That's all I have on markets though. I will say stocks are looking great. Daily on ES1 is possibly reclaiming the SMA 200 today. It's a big deal. I mean, if you know, you know, and that SMA 200 is a big spot on it on ES1. Boomers love moving averages, so it is just a big zone here.
But look
big
at where you
close.
at though.
Yeah, I mean, you're
95%.
very healthy.
I for one am going all in on ETH at the higher low at $75.
At 75%.
Yeah,
That's what
I
you
mean,
mean, right? Yeah.
No, I mean $75.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what I mean. Honestly, it's just like ETH could get so bad, so ugly, and people just have so much hope on it. But like, if we honestly do start testing 500s, I'll start scaling that. Like 4 or 500s, that's when I can buy Ethereum. I don't want to buy it in this. And even on ETH, you're still in that breakdown like that we talked about for months when we were up to here, and we said, okay, this is it. We really could start breaking out. We just got to get it back above here. We didn't. We rejected it. We're just still rejecting while monthly is actually firing off. So yeah, that's not good while crypto Twitter is getting bullish on Ethereum again.
It would be
Agreed.
hilarious if Ethereum made a lower low on the monthly and then just turbo ran it from there.
That would be incredible.
And the next cycle just run it from like $500 to 10,000.
I would
I'm
be
actually,
so happy.
yeah, that would be insane. I'm actually a little disappointed on the market. It feels like this has been too easy. Like we all knew that we needed a little bull. Like right now, what's happening is what we needed, right? Because otherwise, if we just would have gone straight down, everyone on a short would have made money. Like
Yeah.
now, get people excited. It's coming up. It is the bottom. It's the great time to buy. You know, we saw the same thing in 2022 at the beginning of the year when we had like that super pump after the big massive dump. Everyone was like, all right, we're back. We're going to go back to all-time highs. It's going to be great. And unless people believe that, it's impossible to do what like to go down basically, because then who are you going to sell those, you know, who are you going to sell who's going to be your exit liquidity if everyone is like, nah, dude, I'm not buying, I'm waiting for it to go down more. So now after everything we've seen, I think if we just stick to what we've been seeing for a long time, long-term trend, and of course we can invalidate this with certain things, right? Like you get above this right here, 94,730, forget about it. You have like a free ride to 107 again.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, being underneath 89,986, dude, couldn't even fucking hit my level here. I'm still like, this is a very big downtrend on the daily. Very big.
Yeah,
I have my short order praying I get it at $90,800.
I don't at this point see why we wouldn't test the weekly 9. But you're right. Bitcoin, I mean, that's kind of why I regret not just playing the weekly, because the weekly is just like pretty obvious. And like we did deviate it. So you should gauge some kind of bearish retest there. That was sitting around the 80s, high 80s. We've gotten that. Wick up to the EMA 9, or do we just reject here at the 21? So it is like, yeah, it is, you're right. Like, you know, we should be gauging a pump, especially with the lower high possibly brewing here. It's just the timing. And that's why next time I'm going to just stick to the weekly, because the weekly is very obvious. And even when I was looking all of yesterday, like, okay, in the bear market of 2022, if I just played the weekly 9, it just would have worked. And even on like those lower lows, you cover, you get far from the weekly 9, and then you just reshort it. If you reclaim it, you just close. You know, so you can just see like there was chopped. Once you got that SFP, you essentially had a free shorts every single time on the weekly 9.
This, by the way, this was the one where everybody was like, "That's it, we fucking are going back to 60s."
Exactly. And then if you just simply shorted the weekly 9, you printed every single week it went to it. And that's literally how I shorted the entire bear market, was just playing that.
And
So
just
I need to
here,
do that again, essentially. Yeah. Just play the
yeah,
weekly.
it stopped working once you reclaim the 21.
And then you just don't short. And then you
And then
use
you
like
just go long.
daily EMA 100 and the SMA 200 at 18K.
Right here.
And then you just, because the daily reclaimed the SMA 200 at like 18,000. And at that point, with what you know on the weekly and the daily, you had no reason to short there, right around there.
Yeah.
And that would have saved you a lot of pain.
That's right. So now
I wish we could just get it over with and go to 91K and then fucking nuke.
Well, that's the thing. It takes a long time, dude. Everyone's just waiting for everything to happen in a day.
Yeah.
In a fucking day.
And
including me.
The longer it takes, I mean, think about it. Like, I've taken some stop losses on these shorts. Like, this ruins short morale. And you see everyone now dogging on bears and, oh, you guys are stupid. You guys got bearish in a bull market. This is what you need, essentially. You need shorts who are really aggressive to not want to touch anymore, and possibly long right here. And longs are just filthily aping the longs while we form a lower high. And weekly lower highs are always dirty. They just are, in my experience. They take a long time to form, and they get everyone bullish or bearish if it's a higher low. And they're just dirty, specifically on Bitcoin too. Like, it could literally go all the way to 93s and just massively reject there, not break the lower high, and then boom. Go down.
Like a total dick. All righty. Thank you. We're going to do salamis after and ATAI.
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 I will do Sol, because that doesn't sound like a fun chart.
ATAI. Oh, yeah,
I gave you time to say if you wanted Sol, but
get fucked, Farhan. Thank you. Perfecto. Vale. Vamos a ver la tabla de Bitcoin y recuerden, ¿por qué estamos analizando Bitcoin? Bueno, porque además de que este es el trabajo de estos monstruos, lo que estamos haciendo básicamente es poner un poco de la historia que estamos viendo en la tabla en contexto. Hemos tenido nuestro alto histórico justamente acá, el 20 de enero del 2025. Esto fue en $109,000, ¿no? Desde entonces hemos caído hasta la zona de los 76,500 y de ahí rebotamos a esta zona. Claramente estamos en una tendencia bajista. Esta tendencia bajista, mucha gente podría decir, por fin la estamos rompiendo a la baja. Y la pregunta de todo el mundo es, ¿somos alcistas o bajistas? Normalmente lo que nosotros hacemos es simplemente guiarnos por las tablas y empezamos siempre a analizar por temporalidades más altas. La razón por la que hacemos esto es sencilla. ¿Quieres ver la tendencia en tiempo real? Echarte para atrás para poder ver lo mejor posible para dónde vamos. Pero a veces ver temporalidades de muy alto, temporalidades de muy alto rango, como la trimestral que están viendo acá, son 3 meses por cada vela. Entonces toma tiempo para que lo empecemos a ver en las temporalidades más cortas. Pero aún así tenemos que revisarlo. En esta temporalidad, obviamente, seguimos alcistas. Lo que estamos formando en este momento es un gran doji. Recuerden que un doji es una vela de indecisión. Una vela que te cuenta con la parte delgada para arriba, la parte delgada para abajo y el cuerpo estando gordo en medio. Esto te dice es indecisión, no sabe qué hacer. Ahora, con eso dicho, vamos a poner rápidamente nuestros promedios y vemos que tenemos nuestro promedio del 5 en los 74 y nuestro promedio del 9 en los 62. También habíamos tenido esta expansión de volatilidad, pero ahora esta vela es roja y no ha estado cambiando. Recuerden que la volatilidad puede cambiar, puede apoyar el cambio de dirección en la dirección contraria. Así que no podemos solamente confiarnos ciegamente en la volatilidad. Voy a quitar el promedio del 5 en esta. ¿Y qué más quería enseñarles? Esta vela va a cerrar en 7 días, 9 horas. Para empezar, quiero poner algo en la mesa enfrente de todos ustedes. Para mí, este es el nivel. Si no podemos estar y no tienes esta vela, y yo sé que para mucha gente va a decir esto no puede ser tan estúpido, pero en mi punto de vista creo que sí. Si tenemos este cierre trimestral por debajo de los 88,986, este rango se abre a ser jugado por completo. Y este rango a ser jugado por completo, estás hablando de la parte baja en los 69,276. Es simplemente cosa de tener este cierre acá. Y jugaría más o menos estilo esto. Pero ahora estaríamos entrando en un mercado bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos divergencias bajistas en la trimestral y también en la mensual. Déjenme ver la de 2 meses rápido. 2 meses, todavía le falta 1 mes y 7 días. Esta es la vela que va a cerrar lo más lejos de ahorita, de este tipo de temporalidad. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 acá en los 70,200. Déjenme ver dónde está el 5. En los 79,700. Ok, una buena zona interesante para no perder. Volatilidad está contrayendo. No nos da absolutamente nada. Déjenme ver de vuelta a la de 3 meses. Y ahora regresamos a la de 2 meses, pero con el HPDR. ¿Por qué? Porque acá tenemos la media. La media está en $101,000. Si no podemos en la trimestral superar los 101,585, vamos a tener una muy alta probabilidad de ir a la parte baja del rango. Ahora, la parte baja del rango está en 54,000. La primera parada sería tu promedio del 9 en los 62,000. Así que tenemos 7 días, 9 horas para poder cerrar por encima de 101,586. De no poder lograrlo, esta vela va a cerrar literalmente. ¿Dónde está? Aquí. Ok. Esta vela va a cerrar literalmente abajo de la media. Va a ser un rechazo perfecto. Ya ven, acá está la media. ¡Pum! Rechazo. Y eso nos pone a dar vueltas por acá a empezar a buscar ahí a la parte baja del rango. La de 2 meses tuvimos el rechazo de la media justamente antes y ahora estamos cayendo a la parte baja de la zona azul. La parte baja de la zona azul está en $81,300. De perder esta parte baja en la zona azul de 81,300, deberíamos de ir a visitar nuestro promedio del 9, que está una vez más en los 70,227. Mensual también tiene divergencias bajistas y además momentum está apuntando para abajo, pero estamos por encima de la media. La media está en 83,794. Estar por encima de la media nos debería dar más posibilidades de ir a visitar la zona de los 104,762. Falta el mismo tiempo para cerrar esta media que la trimestral. Así que 7 días, 9 horas. Si cerramos por encima de los 83,800, vamos a tener un muy buen chance de ir a visitar la parte alta de esta zona azul en la mensual en los 84,000, donde podríamos hacer un alto más bajo. Ahora, ¿dónde va a ser este alto más bajo? Es lo que no sabemos, pero pensamos que sí vamos a hacer un alto más bajo y que no vamos a ver máximos históricos. Mínimo eso es lo que estamos viendo en las tablas a estos días. 2 semanas bastante sencilla, te pone la fotografía. 2 semanas tienes tu promedio del 9 justamente acá en los 90,100 y además tienes nuestra línea meme que coincide con la parte baja de la zona azul. Después de ser rechazados por la media, hemos estado cayendo y eso es un poco lo que va a empezar a sangrar en temporalidades más altas. Ahora, la zona a no perder son los 81,869. De llegar a perder esa zona, vamos a ir a visitar una vez más la parte, primero el promedio del 34 en 72 y de ahí posibilidad de ir a los $69,000. Volatilidad está contrayendo, un segundo. Volatilidad está contrayendo y está preparándonos un cero, pero recuerden, necesitamos que el promedio también regrese y esté por debajo de nuestra línea de volatilidad. Nuestra línea de volatilidad es la de colores, el promedio es la blanca, recuérdenlo. Y aparte, la línea del 15% es una línea meme que nosotros pusimos para siempre saber dónde tenemos un breakout o no. Ahora, en la semanal tenemos un setup de volatilidad. Este setup de volatilidad se disparó acá, pero creo que ha estado cambiando, si no me equivoco. Ha estado cambiando, déjenme elimino esos puntitos. Ha estado cambiando de dirección con el movimiento, déjenme lo confirmo. No, va para mínimo, está empujando para arriba una vez que empezó a expandir, pero está yéndose un poco de lado. Tal vez esto, y esto es lo que nos debería dar, si somos alcistas, esperanzas potentes a ir a los $102,000, sería que esto continúe expandiendo con el movimiento a la alza. Ahora, ¿cuál es el problema? En la semanal estás teniendo, y déjeme quito mi línea vertical. En la semanal estás teniendo un rechazo hasta el momento del 21. De ser rechazado el 21, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser el 34, otra vez en los 83,000. Eso básicamente te saca de todas las buenas zonas en todas las temporalidades más altas, donde nos vuelve a poner bajistas. Pero también tienes el promedio del 9 justamente acá en los 89,571. Y además la parte baja de la zona azul en 91,572. Ese podría ser el alto más bajo que veamos hasta ahora. Ahora, déjenme me acerco un poco más a la de 5 días y ahorita se los descomplico. En la de 5 días estamos siendo rechazados por el promedio del 9, lo están viendo justamente acá. Ese rechazo está ocurriendo en los 88,500, bueno, de la zona de los 88,564. Obviamente esta vela es más alta, donde está el alto 88,800. 88,804.64 es donde tuvimos el rechazo por acá. De darse este rechazo, tenemos 2 días y 9 horas para cerrar. Queremos cerrar por encima de ese número. De no poder hacerlo, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser la parte baja del 61,8% y como lo hemos retesteado, debería de no poder aguantar e ir acá justamente a los 81,600 si es que se llega a dar ese movimiento. Diaria. La diaria está preparando un setup de volatilidad, todavía no pasa la volatilidad por encima del promedio, pero está nada, está literalmente a 0,1% y tal vez lo haga ahorita mismo. Vamos a estar al pendiente de dónde se da ese movimiento. Con eso dicho, podemos ver que en la diaria hemos tomado nuestro promedio del 9, hemos estado por encima de la media, nos trepamos el 34 y justo ahora nos está rechazando el 50%. El 50% nos está rechazando por ahí de los, una vez más, 88,800. Pero tenemos aquí arriba dos cosas importantes. Nuestro promedio del 100, nuestro promedio del 55. El 100 es el más importante y el que debería ser tapeado en una extremidad. O tal vez hasta el 61,8% en los 91,126. Vamos a tener que ver para dónde juega y qué es lo que va a apoyar la volatilidad. Por ahora les podemos decir bastante sencillo para no hacerles el cuento largo y poder ver la mayor cantidad de precios posibles. Esto. Voy a simplemente, y este es el mismo rango que he tenido en mi tabla todo el tiempo, si alguien lo ha estado, si alguien lo anotó, aquí lo pueden ver, este rango funciona y me ha funcionado súper bien. En mi opinión, olvidémonos de el HBDR y de todo esto. Si podemos cerrar en esta zona, no quiero agregar texto, gracias. Si podemos cerrar en esta zona, por encima de esta línea meme verde en los 89,000, está en 89,000 básicamente. Vamos a poder ir a los 94. En los 94 tendríamos una invalidación demasiado sencilla para nuestro corto por acá, ¿no? Eso sería bastante fácil. De poder cerrar por encima de los 94, yo diría, olvidémonos todos de esta zona para mí es la más importante. Porque de poder cerrar por encima, eso te mete una vez más en este rango y podrías tocar una vez más máximos históricos. Pero lo que nosotros pensamos va a pasar es simplemente pum, pum, para ir a buscar una vez más altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos y dar continuación a la tendencia. Seguimos en una tendencia bajista, lo que estamos ante es un rebote, la gente se está preguntando acá, pero ¿y esto qué? Para mí, cuando veo consolidación de este estilo en Bitcoin, esto es bajista para mí. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente consolidación, cuando formas una bandera y estás bajando y empieza a subir, es cuando te está jodiendo, porque a Bitcoin le encanta hacer movimientos potentes. ¿Cuándo? Cuando tiene esta consolidación y tienes un putazo a la baja que dices, güey, ya no va a volver a subir, pueden verlo acá. Va para abajo o va de lado esta consolidación. ¿Y qué te dio? Este golpe a la alza. Luego, acá tienes toda esta subida, no, ya chingamos a huevo, ¡pum! Madrazo para arriba cuando llegas a un nivel más bajo. No estamos llegando a un nivel más bajo y no estamos yéndonos a esto rápido. Para que sepan también, algo interesante que tener y mantener en mente es, si tenemos un movimiento muy agresivo de quedarnos acá en los 88 y empezamos a consolidar acá, esta consolidación lenta probablemente dé más preferencia a irnos para arriba. ¿Por qué? Porque Bitcoin no te va a dejar tanto tiempo tomar tu entrada en un corto si es que la tendencia es bajista. Lo pueden ver acá. Lo pueden ver acá. Entra en un día, 2 días, ¡pum! Bolas, güey, para abajo. Si esto llega a tomar más de ese tiempo y hay consolidación por acá, eso empezaría a ponerme las antenas listas para arriba. Una vez más, por ahora esperamos que esto continúe. No sabemos dónde vamos a encontrar el tope local, si es en los 89, si va a ser en los 91 por nuestros promedios. Lo pueden ver acá con nuestro promedio del 100, o si va a ser la zona de los 94, donde tendríamos una invalidación súper sencilla y sería el mejor escenario de todos. Pero por ahora vamos a estar atentos, vamos a ponerle atención a nuestro SMA 200, nuestro promedio del 9 que está en los 85, de perder eso para abajo. Siguiente objetivo 82 y de ahí una vez más a estos mínimos. Pero por ahora, lo que podríamos estar formando, y quiero que vean esto, es... Voy a dejar el 200 y el 100. Ok. Y lo voy a poner en la semanal. En la semanal yo creo es donde es más obvio. No, sí es en la diaria, con estos. En la diaria. Normalmente cuando retomamos, y esto es octubre del 2023, el promedio del 100, tenemos este tipo de acción y vamos a altos históricos. Estamos por debajo. Y ahora, esto puede pasar antes. Estás por debajo acá en junio del 2024 en los 64,000, llegamos a los 49,000 y después lo retomaste y te fuiste hasta acá arriba. Pero el SMA 200 y más o menos es igual. Ya retomaste el SMA 200. Tu prueba de fuego es el 100. Si puedes tomar el 100 de vuelta, cabrón. Si puedes retomar el promedio del 100 de vuelta, que está en 90,223, eso diría que podemos ir a esta zona de los 94. Esa sería la primera zona interesante. Pero lo que nosotros esperaríamos sería un rechazo, estilo lo que vimos acá, lo que vimos acá, y ese rechazo después te llevaría a perder el SMA 200 y para abajo. Quiero ver rápidamente la dominancia de Bitcoin, que es algo bastante interesante que nos enseñó Alex. Por cierto, en la diaria está preparando un setup de nula volatilidad. Esto es alcista de madre. Esto es el principio del ciclo de la dominancia de Bitcoin, ¿no? Que empezó obviamente en 100% y obviamente cayó. ¿Esta caída qué fue? Esta caída que ven acá, que es lo que básicamente, ¿no? Llevó todo esto para abajo, fue 2017 hasta el final, al fondo en el 2018. Esto fue cuando nacieron los CryptoKitties, cuando nacieron los NFTs, cuando salieron todas las diferentes monedas en diferentes plataformas, etcétera, por primera vez en la historia. ¿Ok? Fue toda esta zona. Ahora, ¿eso qué quiere decir? Luego tuvimos esta gran caída de la dominancia de Bitcoin fue una vez más el mercado súper alcista del 2021, cuando vimos a los NFTs explotar a la alza, etcétera. ¿Por qué los NFTs y todo esto no explotó a la alza? Porque has tenido esto, tío. Has estado en una tendencia alcista en la dominancia de Bitcoin desde entonces. Lo que la gente está esperando a ver es si esta resistencia va a ser donde pongamos nuestro alto más bajo y continuar a la baja. Es por eso que todo el mundo se está emocionando muy cabrón y creyendo que aquí encontraron el tope de la tabla y ahora van a ir para abajo y esto va a causar que todos los NFTs, las meme coins, etcétera, vayan a explotar a la alza. Pero recuerden, y esto para simplificarlo, siempre y cuando estemos contrayendo el dinero entrando al mercado instantáneamente, que es lo que estamos haciendo en este momento, no puedes tener esto. Entonces, esto es un cambio de ciclo monetario en sí lo que estamos viviendo y por lo que cripto no está funcionando como todo el mundo espera. Cuando escuchemos que vayan a imprimir dinero o que vayan a crear más préstamos o que vayan a crear más dinero inmediato a través de diferentes cosas, y acá también tienes un setup de volatilidad en la trimestral, ¿eh? Ojo. Cabrón, sigo pintando con esa chingadera, perdón. Acá tienes un setup de la trimestral, ¿ok? De volatilidad y apenas estás en el 39% y ha estado en extremos. Solamente quiero decir que no sería tan imposible pensar que esto podría reventar a la mega alza. Y eso podría dar continuación a que Ethereum se vea mal, a que todos los altcoins, etcétera. Y ahora, esto a mí personalmente me da esperanzas de que va a haber un mercado de que los NFTs van a regresar y están en un ciclo más alargado. Simplemente completamente relevante con esto. No sé dónde pondría yo mi siguiente nivel. Voy a poner acá. Este es un nivel bastante importante para el precio en los 71%. Acá es donde yo diría, vamos a ver si podemos encontrar un alto más bajo que estos, para después dar el movimiento para abajo. Pero hasta entonces, por ahora, simplemente retomando el 62.31%, vamos a tener más probabilidad, porque este es un rango muy importante para la dominancia de Bitcoin, de dar continuación a esta subidita poco a poco, poco a poco, poco a poco, hasta llegar acá. Y acá ya veremos en qué situación estamos. Pero hasta entonces, no tener este rechazo, no va a haber ese movimiento potente. Y yo creo que pensaba que no, pero personalmente estoy flipeando. Y ahora esto da igual, ¿no? Esto es mi personalmente estúpida opinión, que siempre estoy mal en todo. Creo que sí va a haber un rally de NFTs eventualmente igual de potente o más potente que el que vimos en el 2021. Así que a estar preparado en ello. Compra tus proyectos favoritos cuando estén muy baratos. Ahorita ya hay varios muy baratos, pero continúan bajando, así que paciencia si es que están en eso. Y ahora esto es algo con mucho riesgo, obviamente, de jugar. Pero Bitcoin bastante fácil, lo vieron en la diaria, lo están viendo, perdón, es este gráfico. Lo están viendo en la diaria y es simplemente poder superar este nivel para dar continuación para arriba. Rechazo acá nos debe llevar a mínimos. Okay, sir, what are we doing now? Salamis?
ATA.
Oh, ATA what? I'm sorry, I
ATA.
have it here.
I don't know what the fuck
Atai.
this thing is. It's Japanese.
Is it this one? Atai Life Sciences?
I think so.
Okay, I want to put your screen
Oh,
on,
it sounds
sir.
it sounds like a scam. It sounds like like snake oil bullshit.
It's Atine, health technology, pharmaceutical, major. Okay, all you.
All right, so I'm gonna start with the 2 week because you hear me?
Yeah. No, it's my bad. I just realized that I didn't prepare the stupid sign,
All right.
the banner.
So I'm gonna start with the 2 week because that's the only one that really has enough data on the higher time frames. The other ones don't really show up much. Right now on the 2 week, we have gotten the close over the 38.2%, and then we went all the way up towards somewhere around the 88.3% to the 95%. Got a rejection there, if you can even call that a rejection. But this next candle did, you can definitely call that a rejection. It went all the way down to the top of the 38.2%. But each one of these times, it failed to close below the top of the 38.2%. Just kept getting a bounce from there, and now we're getting a perfect bounce from the exact top of the 38.2%. And we're back over the 61.8%. So if we can ideally get a close over this 21 EMA at $1.57, only 3 cents higher from here, we should get another move from there up to the 55 EMA. And that's a pretty sizable move because that's it's at $2.48. That would be a move of about from 157, 57 to 60% move up. That's quite good in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe some people are not satisfied with the almost 60% move, but I think that's pretty good. Right now, momentum on the 2 week is pointed up, freshly getting back over the moving average with volatility support. It's still not quite near the top because this thing likes to hit 100% in several periods of 100%. So this could easily get that move up to that $2.48 zone, assuming we get a close over that 21 EMA in 4 days and 4 hours. Check this, the weekly. I like to see that Bitcoin is getting follow through, although I have closed my long. I don't need to squeeze the last bit of the juice out. On the weekly, we are getting we didn't quite get a closure below the 38.2%, but we did open below it. That's interesting how it moved up significantly. So it took us way below 38.2%. Right now, momentum is pointed to the downside, entering freshly into the bearish control zone with volatility pointing up, telling us that if we do continue to get a move to the upside, somewhere around this bunch of EMAs at the 61.8% is likely to be resistance, and that's at $1.60 level. So if we do get to 160 and then we get a rejection, we would look for it to close below around that $1.57, $1.54 area like we are at now. So rejected from reclaiming the 38.2% on that, or reclaiming this 51 EMA, 21 EMA, 21 EMA on the 2 week. If we can tap 160 and get a rejection, which likely we will, because there's not only is it the 61.8% here, it's a whole bunch of EMAs here, and you're in the bearish control zone with momentum. Jules also giving you a sell signal. 5-day right now is trying to flip back up, still within the bullish control zone, flipping up exactly where you would expect it at the reset zone. See, did it make a lower low? It did indeed make a lower low. 150, and then this one was at 146. Okay, now no divergence there. But we do have volatility support from almost 0%. So if we can get a close over this 38.2%, oh, it lines up with that same 160 number, 159, 160. That's what would give us that move into 248. Right now, it's possible. It just seems unlikely to me. 2-day. 2-day right now has also has momentum to the upside, getting out of the bearish control zone, getting close to the bullish control zone, not quite there. Volatility is still contracting, however. It's getting down to 8%. It does seem like one of those situations where volatility will start expanding in favor of the upside momentum. If you look at the jewel, because the jewel is now curving around within the bearish control zone and giving you a buy signal. So let's mark with a vertical line whenever the jewel gave a buy signal within the bearish control zone and see what happened. Or just whenever it lost the sell signal. Mm, yeah, that's enough. Each one of these are nope, actually not. This one was dumb. It dumped how much before it bounced? Dumped 10.7% before bouncing up almost 20%. Was that, I guess we could say it's a wash because it did go down 7% before it played out. All of these seem to have a trap before they play out. Went down about 11.6%, went up, not much, back to entry. Yeah, this one was a failure. This one played out though. This one went down initially 4.6% before going up 80%. Wow. This one was 49%. And as of right now, we've gone up about 13%. Let's take it about 20%. That takes us to roughly this breakdown zone, about $1.65. That would give us that close over 160, taking us towards that 248 area. Just out of curiosity, how much percent up is 248? Interesting, just about 80%. The same percentage move we saw last time around of 80%. Very nice. Very bias fitting. On the daily, we're also getting momentum to the upside within the bullish control zone now. And now you're getting volatility support as well. And the jewel's giving you that bicycle within the bearish control zone, very close to getting out of the bearish control zone. You've gotten over the 38.2%, almost over the 21 EMA, although that is still resistance right now because you do have a silver cross to the downside. And if you can close over that area, that preferably 160, which lines up with very basically this 55 EMA, that takes you up towards 248. And it would also invalidate the silver cross. 4 hour. 4 hours, as well as the daily is getting momentum to the upside with volatility support. And now the 4 hours giving you a pretty epic jewel signal. The pink is crossing over the yellow, and the light blue is getting out of the bullish control, bearish control zone. Let's mark that signal with this vertical line. Pink crossing over yellow. There, there. Yeah, that should be enough. Each one of these should be sizable moves. It's only a 4 hours, so within the definition of, within the time frame of a 4 hour. This one, not much before it went down a little bit, went up 2.7%, went down 7%, and then went up 21.6%. So it depends on your risk tolerance if you can consider that a failure or not. 7% is not enough to scare me out, so I would have held it. This one, 20%, very similar as the other number. This one, oh, very cool, 46.9%. This one was quite nice as well. 64%. And then eventually 69%. What do you know? Very beautiful number.
Nice.
I apologize, ATAI. I was not familiar with your game. As of this moment, we are up about 12%. If we were to take it to around that 48%-ish number, brings us to around $2.04. And let's see what 248 puts us at. How much percentage? Around 81%, 80%. Also very interesting. Now let's switch to the RSI. 88.4, interesting. The name of this thing reminds me of back when I used to use Reddit. There's a subreddit called Am I the Asshole? Where people give out scenarios and then they're like, Am I the asshole in this scenario? Almost always, yes.
There's I don't know if you watch Joe Santagato. Have you ever seen him?
No.
He's a comedian. He's been around forever. He's awesome. And he goes on Reddit and goes into those threads and grabs like, am I the asshole? And then he puts it on a video. Am I the asshole? And then he tells the story and just makes jokes in the middle. It's so good. I'll send it to you. You'll like it.
Almost always they are the asshole.
Yeah. I mean, if you have to ask. Except there's some people that obviously get the asshole on the other side and they're like, I just don't understand, if that's, but it's 1 in 100.
Yeah. Most Redditors are kind of assholes. Safe assumption.
Oh, yeah.
On the monthly, this is a little bit some bullish hopium because this is kind of a dog shit chart on the monthly. Literally just goes down only. And right now you have many drives of bullish divergence on the monthly. You got 3 drives, and 3 is usually what it takes of the drives of bullish divergence on a high time frame to reverse trend. And right now the bullish divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing above around $1.05. If you can get any type of closure above, it's going to be a little difficult. $2.57. That would send you up quite high towards somewhere around 480, maybe even $5. That's quite the move. But right now, if I were to say, if I were to give you a gun to my head, forced to say something of an outcome, I would say that this trend probably doesn't reverse despite the bullish divergence, and probably you don't go up to $4 or $5. Probably you just get your next lower high right here before you get a close below 105 and dump to who knows where it will go. Somewhere around 81 cents is your first support level because that would be the entrance of the bearish control zone. I find it difficult to be bullish on something that looks like this. Let's say 5 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. If we can close over $1.52, we're just above that by a ball sack here, and that would give us a target of hitting the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $2.24. Is that lining up with very close to our 100 EMA on the 5-day? Very interesting. And based on this trend, that's likely going to be a rejection and a lower high. Okay. Daily has 3 drives of bullish divergence active as long as you're closing above $1.33. If you can get a close above, what is this number here? $1.62, that should give you a move towards somewhere around low to mid twos. And 4 hours, many drives of bullish divergence, as long as you're closing above $1.33. And what is the next target? You're getting volatility expansion from about less than 14%, so that is a volatility setup. But I don't have the statistics on this one because I have not tested it. This is the first time I'm even looking at this chart in my life. So the target would be the critical zone, and as of right now, the critical zone sits at about $3.15. I would expect that to update because 248 is a very significant level.
Man, the quarterly is just so brutal looking.
Oh my God. Look at the bi-yearly, the yearly.
There's still 9 months for it to turn red. So no years. You have to do 24 months.
Oh, fuck you, TradingView.
Won't do it. Yeah.
It's like, why? Why? It's already dead. Stop kicking it.
Yeah.
Look at this yearly view. You're starting to get a 5 EMA, you bearish retest, and oh my God. Why would you want to hold this?
I don't know.
Yeah, 4 hours.
Hang on.
opening
It's got a
test.
price target. Hang on. Right there on your screen, it says 4 days. Atai Life Sciences price targets maintained with a $10 per share.
Oh, good Lord. If this thing goes to $10, I'll suck dick behind the apartment building.
God
Sounds
damn.
good. Sounds good. Alex,
It's
is
never
the
going
enforcer.
there. It'll never go there.
I'm not a part of this at all. That's all I'm gonna say.
The entire market conspires against me to pump it to $10.
That would be incredible. Like
Hey,
we couldn't defeat the guy that wasn't short or whatever the fuck it was, remember? Yeah, but everyone will absolutely make you suck a dick behind your building.
Oh, that's so funny.
monthly now is getting a volatility contraction since when's the last time we got volatility contraction? Oh, that was before a massive dump. Very interesting. And momentum is currently pointed to the upside with volatility contraction. Same thing that happened last time. Momentum was pointed upside. We had volatility contraction, and we are pointed up as long as you're above $1.09. And this is low here. What price was this low? This is about $1.04. Yeah, $1.04. And then this low here was at about $1. Oh, no, slightly higher low. So there's no bullish divergence there. 2 week is now getting a volatility contraction, and momentum is now flipping to the downside, rejecting the critical zone, telling you it's a high probability the lower high is now in, and then the monthly trend is going to take over. And we're currently pointed down below $1.91. Weekly is also pointed down below $2.10. 5 days pointed down, rejecting the bullish control zone, pointed down below $2.28. 2 days starting to flip up with volatility contraction from extremes after this dump, and we are pointed up above 142. Daily as well as pointed up with volatility contraction, pointed up above $1.39. And the 4 hour is now pointing up with a derp of life and volatility expansion as long as you are above $1.40. So all the quarterly is still, I believe, no, this is not possible. So the monthly is technically pointed to the upside right now on momentum, but just like the last time it was pointed up, you have volatility contraction telling you you're very likely just going to get a corrective bounce and that this monthly trend is going to continue. And if you switch to all of the lower time frames, they're still pointed down. The only one that's pointed up is going to be the monthly, and then the lower time frames like the 2-day and the daily and the 4 hour. Telling you that very likely you're going to go up to somewhere around $1.60 area. That's very likely going to be a rejection. And then you're probably going to go somewhere around $1. Maybe you're very likely you can get a bounce there for the psychological aspect of $1. and then probably going to go somewhere around 81 cents today based off of the RSI. And validation of all this is getting a weekly close over $1.60. That likely sends you over at 248. If you can get a weekly close over 248, then we can go back up to current all-time highs. That's a very big if. It's going to be very difficult to do. Right now, I'm leaning towards monthly and quarterly trend, staying as it is now, and making the lower high and going down below $1.
I'm going to go ahead and just button up everything you just said. Get the 3-month chart, pull it up,
Okay,
and then
I'll do it for you. Abajo, hermanos.
abajo, muy abajo. You already got the rejection of the 9 and then the 5. So excellent. Fucking
Muy
incredible.
abajo.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. We'll proceed with Salamis in a second. And then for you, Mr. Farhan, 1 second. Sold Tesla.
Tesla, nice. I get to beat the Nazi.
You get to be. By the way, yesterday I was with my wife. Where the fuck were we? Oh, we took Vinny to the beach, and there's no one around us. And I tell her, as I was getting in the shower, I noticed that my mustache has like 2 divisions that make it a 3-part mustache. And she goes, "You've never noticed that before?" I was like, "Well, I don't stare at my own face." And she goes, "Yeah, you have like one here. Where's the other one?" And I'm like, "On the other side, it looks like I have a Hitler mustache." So I say that. And she goes, "Shh." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "You can't say that." I was like, "Yes, you can say Hitler. Just so you know, that means nothing. You can just reference the man, whether it's good or bad, like whereas my mustache, and it'll be fine." She just gets so nervous. Like, what's going on with people?
That's hilarious.
Freaking out. It's fucking insane. All righty, let's get to it. Did you see check out our chat? The Jesco got fucked. Tate's Jesco got fucked on the street.
Matrix attack.
Oh, already? Oh my god. Shit probably broke down and somebody hit him. Yep, it definitely broke down.
Broke down.
It definitely broke down.
Yeah. All right. Estamos viendo Atai, damas y caballeros. Atai parece ser una farmacéutica y algo están vendiéndote extraño. Aquí te dice que la acción va a valer $10 por acción y solamente tiene un volumen de $1 millón. La capitalización de mercado son 294. Si fuera a 10, básicamente de donde estamos ahorita, vamos a pretender que es el doble. La matemática no es. Es 5 veces más. Lo llevaría a $1,000 millones, básicamente. No, a $1,500 millones. Es lo que sería. Pero estamos en un gráfico trimestral. Quiero que vean lo que estamos viendo. Esto es simplemente una caída. No hay nada más allá. Y obviamente mucha gente quiere atrapar el fondo, pero la realidad es de que todavía no estás viendo el fondo de esto. La manera más sencilla de verlo es esto. Estás justamente en este momento por debajo de tu promedio del 5, que es el verde, y te rechazó ya el 9. Esto dice, ¿quieres otra vez volver a ir a visitar el 9? Cierra arriba el 5 trimestral en los 1.55. De nuevo, faltan solamente 7 días y 4 horas para tener una respuesta en esto para ti. Y si de acá puedes cerrar por encima del 1.55, tendrás buenos chances, o mínimo otra vez un chance de ir a buscar los 2.50. Cerrar por arriba de los 2.50 rompe la tendencia bajista y te podría llevar esos $10. No hay tanto que analizar en esta tabla. Podemos darle todas las vueltas que quieran. Ustedes díganme. Personalmente creo que la semanal lo pone mejor que todas las demás. Y acá lo pueden ver. En la semanal estás abajo de todos tus promedios. Ya saben que a mí me fascina cuando se juntan todos los promedios en una zona. Si puedes retomar la zona del 1.61, que es donde está tu promedio del 9, la parte alta de todas estas banditas, eso te daría una probabilidad de ir a buscar el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 está en los 2.27 y ahí podrías hacer o tu nuevo mínimo, de ahí ir a nuevos mínimos, o básicamente romper acá tu promedio del 100 a la alza, empezar a consolidar por acá y para arriba. No hay tanto que hacerle a este análisis. Ahora, yo sé y entiendo que están esperando que esto vaya para arriba porque está haciendo estos mínimos más altos, pero los rechazos de las temporalidades altas, el hecho que este sea un alto más alto que este, no pinta bien. Y de nuevo, es bastante fácil poder saber cómo en la semanal. Simplemente trépate por encima del 9, somos alcistas. No lo logras, continúa siendo bajista. No hay tanto más que explicar allá de eso. Pero si ustedes quieren aprender a hacer trading como estos psicópatas, no, no es cierto. Como estos maestros, cáiganos al Discord. Ya les puse el enlace acá también en X, lo tienen en YouTube para que vengan a nuestro Discord absolutamente gratis. Vengan y apóyanse en los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. ¿Quieren entender un poco más de todo lo que se platica? Tenemos este grupo que es Criptolingo. Vengan a leerlo, está en inglés y en español para poder ver todas las palabras extrañas que usamos en este mundillo. Vengan a platicar al chat general con, con toda la banda. Muy, muy buena onda. Estamos ya preparados, listísimos, como de que no, para lo que sigue. Vean, ahí soy yo. Por cierto, esto yo lo hago, bueno, lo hacía antes, no lo he hecho en como no sé cuántos meses. Cuando tengo la cara súper hinchada en la mañana, ya no lo vuelvo a hacer en mi vida. ¿Qué más tenemos por acá? Bueno, cáiganle simplemente acá, es bastante bueno platicar con toda la comunidad, dar tus ideas, intercambiar ideas, etcétera. Ven a compartir tus ganancias, tus pérdidas con nosotros, nada mal, nada de esos vientos, vientos, vientos. Uy, menos 820, no, dólares, no por ciento, ¿no? No pudiste perder tanto, no puedes perder 800% de tu dinero. Sería una locura. Estarías endeudado el resto de tu vida. Cualquier cosa que necesiten, nuestros enlaces son oficiales acá. Y para toda la gente que quiere aprender a cómo tradear, básicamente usar los exchanges de futuros, caigan a nuestro sitio, es el etradingacademy.us. Vengan a Tutos, todo esto es gratis de nuevo, pícale a cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y acá en un video de 5 minutos te explica cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo usarla, y aquí tienes el enlace directo para que no te vean la cara y no te equivoques. Así que con eso dicho, Alex, I think we're ready for some salamis. Let us go.
All right. Excuse me.
Solaminis.
Let's see what's good with the Sol, because I tried to short this shit twice, didn't work, and I haven't looked at it since. So let's see.
Yeah, it's been fucky.
Oh yeah, it's been fucky for sure. So we essentially had the bias. Let me get the LGBTQ chart off real quick. All right, nice. So we had the bias essentially that Solana was bearish and on the verge of a breakdown. And that was just mainly because, let me just make sure everything, as long as we were under specifically $35, I had to look at this as a rejection zone, brewing possibly a move all the way back down to the 86. Now, this hasn't changed. It's just not going to make it easy like what I wanted, which was here, breakdown, bearish retest, rejected, and then we had follow through. But instead now, what we're doing is on the 5-day approaching pretty big resistance. We understand on Solana that the 5-day 9, EMA 9, has been a major rejection point, just like it was a major spot for bounces. I mean, if we go, maybe not this example because it's a lot of chop, but if we just look at the raging bull market that we've had, what you'll notice is the 5-day 9 was generally a good spot. Here, chopped a little around it, but then at that point started to form nice higher lows before inevitably breaking out to like $200. So we have to gauge essentially this spot is a big zone. I'm not sure why the SMA 100 is on. Let me get that off. Yeah, because currently what we have is the daily 5-day EMA 100, which is always a big spot for a chart, but specifically crypto, along with the EMA 9, basically tapping each other. Something to note is, that 5-day EMA 100 is very powerful for Solana. We see the capitulation once we lost it. Then we had this nice move all the way back up, almost tapped it, and then rejected again. It's not until you reclaimed it on the 5-day where that essentially gave you that free move to the SMA 200, reclaimed that. That's what sparked you above $100. So Solana, is still approaching resistance, but I will say, if bulls end up closing the 5-day above 142, because you have to look at this as like a range, right? Because it's an altcoin, so it's very volatile. Major wicks down before it inevitably closes above support. So if the 5-day ends up closing above this zone here, we have to be concerned about if you're going to short this, because this could be a massive reclaim of support. Now you have to look at this as a range. So we have like 136 to 141 being support potentially, and resistance being $169 for the culture. It's a pretty big range overall. I mean, that's, let's see, a 20% range. So, you know, we have to just be aware of that. If Solana really does want to tap, let's say that EMA 100 on the 5-day, you'd be gauging that as like a tap and go. Because what we'd want is for that to finally get tapped, we can hit resistance and then possibly close under a 141 before 2 days and 8 hours. Because if we start closing above here, yes, we greatly could, you know, reject down, but, you know, if we start really reclaiming this support, specifically with what we saw in this chop scenario, it's really going to look like we might tap this, reject, and then go up and actually go and test out 171, 169. So Solana's still at a big spot. I'm not shorting this anymore. I got stopped twice. It hasn't been fun, in my opinion. But you can even see here on the daily, you are at resistance if you just trade off the moving averages. And I like the view of this because, you know, that 34 has been really strong on this whole way down. We've now tapped it. Again, I'm using this as confluence to my Bitcoin idea where we potentially could start going down now on Bitcoin. Because what we have is we finally have tapped that weekly 21. Let me go to the index. It's better, but even on interesting on the Binance, you see we hit the weekly 9. That's interesting to see. But you see we're finding somewhat resistance at that 21. You know, it's kind of why I'm bringing up Bitcoin when I'm looking at Solana is because Bitcoin has been, you know, Solana has been slightly front running these moves before Bitcoin. Now you're seeing a slight divergence here with possibly a 15-minute lower high. If we go and view Solana, you know, Solana now it needs to hold above 141 even on the lower time frames. You see the 15 minutes in an downtrend now, so definitely could start breaking down from this point. But you know, we've had some pretty powerful 4-hour closures. So my point being, on the whole reason why I even brought up Bitcoin is the fact that we've now hit major resistance. Each time Solana has hit this 34, like March 2nd, see here, I believe that was some local top on Bitcoin. We at least had a pullback, right? Nice move up, and then, yeah, nice pullback down. So Solana to me is at resistance. You should be gauging that to hold. If we start closing the dailies above the 34, visually you can see that'd be a shift because that's been holding us down. Next target would be the EMA 100, and that is sitting at 172. And again, just gives you confluence of the idea that this could be the new range for Solana. Now, that's why today's daily closure is going to be very important. Because what we see is tether dominance today is possibly going to break down. We see ES1 is possibly going to reclaim the SMA 200. And even on Solana here, we're possibly going to reclaim the 34. Doing so would give you that move up to the 100. That's a pretty big move, though, from this point. It's an 18% move. One hopium aspect of that idea, though, is that daily BBWP is confirming the breakout. Last occurrence of this was to the downside, where Solana went from 180 all the way down to $124. So these moves on the daily are very strong. That's why if you are bearish, in my opinion, you really need to start seeing bears get to work here, specifically rejecting us right here at this spot on Solana and closing ideally the daily under 136. Now, I know that's asking for a lot, but that is the criteria where I'd want to, you know, possibly open another short here, is getting the deviation down, losing 135. That point, it just still plays into this overall range where the next target could be closer to 100, if not all the way down to $85. Now let's look at the rainbow chart and see what's good. We see here the daily is actually in breakout posturing with BBWP expanding. So it again gives me confluence that, yeah, we need to see, excuse me, we need to see bears actually really start getting to work here and moving, because we're going to run the risk of this breaking out, volatility expanding. And yeah, I mean, at that point, it's going to be a pretty easy ride up to 170s, a nice 18% move. Now let's look at weekly trend. This is important. Had that lower low, moving up. Anything's a lower high in my opinion, unless we break 179. So if you break March 3rd's weekly wick high, this now is in a weekly uptrend. But remember, this is an altcoin, so we can't have big moves up like so, retest that zone, and then move down, giving us that weekly lower high. It's definitely not out of Solana's characteristic to do something like this. But remember, it's all just level to level for me. It's all going to start on the daily reclaiming the 34. So I'll just keep emphasizing that because we are at resistance. We are finding some resistance here. That gives me confluence of Bitcoin's weekly at the 21. So if bears are going to, instead leave possibly longs front running the breakout, today would be a really good day to see a harsh rejection, just in my opinion. So we'll have to see. That's just it. We'll just have to see. Weekly close above that 142. You can just see lost it, reclaimed it, move up, lost it, reclaimed it, moved up. There's really no reason to complicate this range. Weekly lost it, reclaimed it, held it, moved up. So that's why this spot's pretty important. And I'll say it again, it'll start on the daily. And if the daily starts reclaiming that 34, it'd be very cautious of shorting this because, in my opinion, looking like a breakout could ensue and we could easily test 170. And even testing 170 would do nothing to the overall weekly trend. Easily could go up to that zone and test the weekly 9, if not all the way at that weekly 21, which is sitting right now at that previous breakdown zone here, which we see has not been tested. Now, let's see the last occurrence where the weekly broke the bottom of 38.2%. And let's see if we actually came back and retested that before getting, let's say, the real move. Here's one example. Lost it, broke down, started to move up, tried to test the 38.2%, could not test it before getting the real move down. Here we see we broke down. Weekly could not test it. It's not a good example. We just essentially capitulated down. Is that it? There's only 2 times now. Here's another one. Another capitulation down, just couldn't get it up. Wasn't until we popped back into the range, got back above the weekly median, where Solana had a nice move up. Nothing. Notice this too on the weekly. We're in this chop for so long. I mean, since March of 2024. So this breaking down here is very significant to me. Because you'll see the blue zone, we were just in it this whole time. So, you really do have to gauge that 171, 170 is a major spot for Sol. I mean, I can't really find too many occurrences where we broke the 38.2% on the weekly and then retested as resistance. Only occurrence I could find is this one here. Broke down, tried to test it, rejected. So that's significant because actually hasn't been many scenarios to the downside where we've come all the way back up to the 38.2% and tested it. Easily could go up to the 50%, but we haven't really seen that. Now let me do it on the opposite side and check the breakouts. Here, never tested it. Okay, can see the weekly 9 just kind of held us. Sweet. Oh, this one was nice though. Broke out, tested it. This was an easy long before busting up, putting in a 39% weekly candle. So there's one occurrence there where we actually tested it. And that was pretty clean. Here too, tested it before breaking out. Interesting. So, in summary on Sol tether pairing, it's looking okay. There's no reason to long this now. I mean, new long ideas occur when we are above the 34. Until then, you're going to be gauging this zone to be the spot where bears are going to reject today. Today is important because today we're possibly going to confirm BBWP expansion, confirm a breakout on the daily, and possibly, knock on wood, reclaim the EMA 34. If all those 3 things confirm today, it's going to be really hard to say, yeah, Solana at minimum won't go to 170s. But at that point, 170s is going to be a major spot. And that's where I'm going to be gauging the major weekly lower high. So if Bitcoin ends up going to Farn's 90, 91K level, Solana could squeeze up from this point and go to 170s. At that point, though, you will have an easy short. You short the 100, you have your stop here at 180, and you can manually close if you start reclaiming the 100. Very simple. Until then, it's going to be a little more tricky. Shorting here is aggressive because you're basically betting that this isn't going to break out when we are in breakout posturing. So it's slightly aggressive to short here. But the EMA 34 in this whole range has been solid rejection points. Shorting the daily EMA 34 on Solana since we lost it has printed well. We see here, if you shorted the 34, you would have at least made 14.96%, assuming you sold there, not down to here. Then we had that nice move up. You shorted right there. You would have easily made 22%, easily too. It's very easy. It was one day here, immediate follow through. And then we'll have to see here. Do we get that follow through or do we break out? So big spot here, big spot. Let me see if there's anything on the quarterly before I go to the Bitcoin pairing. Quarterly, let me throw this chart off. It's like my brain says this is bad, but my heart says this is good. Heart says it's good because it's still in an uptrend, still holding the quarterly 9. Brain says it's bad because this is looking like a major topping candle, forming possibly a major evening star on the quarterly, which we've never had before in this whole chart. Now you could argue this possibly, but yeah, no, I don't know. Not good in my opinion. So, we'll have to be cautious here. We'll have to really watch in 7 days where this closes. Because even if we're not going to base it on the candlesticks, we at least can base it on this range. And we know for the last 9 months, right, 3, 6, 9 months, we've been holding this zone. So if the quarterly starts closing under here, I have to look at this as a range breakdown, on like a very high.
You're losing the 5, the EMA 5 on the quarterly, by the way.
Oh, let's check that. I should be looking at the 5 on higher time frames. It's just Monday, boys. Yeah, that's interesting because what we see is once that 5 got lost, this was aggressive down. Never even tested it, and you just kind of got follow through from that close down. If you got lucky and shorted here, it still went down another 78%. Jeez. Just plays into it's already down so much, it can't go down much lower. Okay. And you buy here and you lost 70% of your investment. Crazy. That's not good though. And one thing to note is that's similarly right around this range. Could draw another line, obviously, like here, basing it on the closing. But I won't, but just visually see, that is weak if we start losing that 5. On top of it, if you start losing this range, because, Solana in 7 days closes under $136. Yeah, we've lost major support. Last time we lost that major support zone on the quarterly, because we can now relate to the last cycle. That essentially led to what? A major bearish retest. This was a major short opportunity before capitulating down 72% in 3 months. So we'd have to be looking at the same scenario, but this even being more bearish because something you'll note is that we were still above the 5. This was just purely playing meme lines. So that's not a good sign at all for Solana bulls, while also putting in possibly a major topping candle. So there's Solana. I don't have too much hopium. My bias is still 85. It's just going to take more time. We have to respect the overall trend, which is up on the daily. And that's just shown here with, a higher low, another higher low, just like Bitcoin with the higher high. So, we need bears to actually start rejecting us here. Use the daily 34 as your criteria. I would not be front running the 170 move until we see reclaims of that. You start reclaiming that 34 and holding above 142. Easily you can go to 170. At that point, I'll be gauging the next major lower high on Solana right around there if we don't just form it here at the 34. Now let's look at the Bitcoin pairing and see if we get any kind of confluence of that overall idea. What you see is the daily, just like the spot, it makes sense. It's at 34. 34 has been rejecting us down. It's the same criteria. You reclaim the 34, you easily can move up to the 100. Now, I'd want to see this 100 start moving down more like it's doing, possibly matching our mean line at 18254. You have to be gauging this though as a major bearish retest. If we look at this on the weekly, you can see we held it, lost it, and right around this zone is right where the weekly SMA 200 is. So if we go and look at, the history of this SMA 200, we don't have any. So we have to really be cautious of this zone here. If you do end up, let's say, holding support, because we are at support, we're in a range. We end up holding this zone and let's say not rejecting this 5, because again, we could easily reject here. That gives me confluence of Solana rejecting right around here, which would just be another daily EMA 34 rejection, something we've seen each and every time in this range. But let's say that that doesn't occur. We reclaim the 34. I would be gauging the move up to the 183s to 182 for the next major lower high on the weekly. That comes in right around testing the SMA 200 after major deviation, giving me confluence that 170 could be the super easy place to short, in my opinion, on Solana. But like I said, we very well could reject here. It's just more aggressive. It's harder to gauge. And that could give us confluence of us rejecting here on Bitcoin, possibly finding weakness at that weekly EMA 21. So, that's all I have on Solana. It's either going to reject here at 170s. I'll be wrong, though, on this. If we start reclaiming weeklies above, call it 175. And at that point, if we start reclaiming 175, we get a move up to 180s. Reclaim 180s, you go up to 200s very fast. And we've seen that, holds 180s, held it, boom, 2 weeks, you're in $216. So it's definitely not out of Sol's nature to move quickly, especially even in bearish environments. We've seen this many times before where these weekly lower highs are aggressive, they are dirty, and they move very fast up. The last one was a 37% move, and it's an altcoin. So, of course, it had to take out the last lower high before inevitably dumping. That's just something you should always note with these altcoins is it's not going to trade as clean as Bitcoin, whereas Bitcoin, will adhere to the overall weekly trend. Usually, it's like these liquidity grabs, that's what I call them, tend to just lead to nukes because shorts, are stacking in here. They have an easy stop loss. You just barely take all those shorts out and then you get to follow through. So just something to note, but even here, came all the way up and then rejected down. Here came all the way up, rejected down. So I don't know why that keeps happening. The lower highs on Sol are very dirty. That's just the point I'm trying to bring up. Here we see this was an 82% gain before another one, an 84% gain. Sure, it's more clean on the 2 week. Let's see. Way more cleaner, right? That's why higher time frame trading is a lot nicer on altcoins. You can see here, that 2 week where the weekly kind of broke the uptrend. The 2 week didn't. Never broke 148s. Formed a major shooting star here before getting followed through down. That was like super to the book, easy short. Another 2 week lower high, 2 week lower high. And what you'll notice is the 2 week forms these right around the 9. Where is the 9 right now? Oh, well, did you look at that? 175. So good confluence of that zone. 170s being pretty big. Sol, though, in 7 days is potentially going to lose the monthly 9. So, that's been holding this whole bull market. That's not a good sign. We very well could easily, from this point, hold, move up, test this zone, giving us the easy short opportunity. We have to be very cautious here because when Solana does lose its monthly 9 and get follow through, that's the key. If I'll get follow through once we lose it, that is destruction. I mean, from this point, this led Solana down 91%. We could literally be in this environment where we lose it, we lose support, we rally up into the open, everyone's still bullish, we then hit the 9, which is coming in right around the 170 zone like I talked about, only to lead to a major rejection down. So, it's like two short scenarios. 170s will be easier. We very well could reject here. So I'm not going to be longing Sol. You're just going to be gauging, in my opinion, the daily EMA 34. You reclaim that, you get to move up to the 100. You probably reject the 100, possibly wick up to like 180s. But, We don't want 180s to get taken out because then the weekly could trend shift. But remember, it's an altcoin, so very well could go all the way up to here, take out these stops, and then go down. That's why all the charts are cooking. Today is going to be very important, and it's very interesting to have the quarterly and the monthly closing in 7 days. So it just makes things fun.
Yeah, kind of like the end of the year.
Yeah,
when we had like every single fucking candle close. That was fun.
it is fun because we could potentially get some nice follow through on if we get like let's say a bearish setup on a quarterly. That could then help guide our bias for the next 3 months potentially.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So
Like
thank you, sir.
Kool-Aid Man. Oh
Very-
yeah.
Oh yeah. on the weekly too, the EMA 5 is what's rejecting us right now.
Yeah,
I like
so
that EMA 5.
we could reject there. It ties into my point. Like Sol could reject right here. If we don't, and we reclaim the daily 34, probably goes to 170s. I expect a major rejection there.
Yeah. Your chances are here, or here, and I'm gonna play all three.
That little EMA
If I fuck
5,
up, of course. Say that again.
that little EMA 5, quite the pequeño malparido.
It is. We did. Oh, you're doing Tesla far end, and
Indeed.
after we had FMX.
F my
Xanax. No, there's not a sexual body part with an X. I'm
X.
sorry. Well,
Your
yeah,
ex.
fuck my ex. There you go. Wow. This show is getting better and better. Ok. Tenemos solamis, damas y caballeros. Y los solamis, honestamente, ponen una fotografía bastante sencilla. Voy a quitarles esto para que lo puedan ver. Si no estamos viendo esto, ¿qué es lo que yo haría si no tuviera los promedios? Sencillo. Siempre en Solana, después de que acaba un mercado alcista, y este es un gráfico semanal, cuando en Solami se acaba el mercado alcista, tienes este gran bajón, básicamente a la zona del 141, y luego tienes un súper pompazo, ¿no? Es lo que le gusta hacer a Solana, hacer pensar a todo el mundo que ya valió y te da este pompazo de 147 a $200. Luego, una vez que caímos hasta acá, que te dijo 75 y se fue hasta 140, si no mal recuerdo, exactamente. Este fue donde todo el mundo, y este es el pompazo que todavía no nos toca, no estamos ni cerca, estamos apenas en esto, si es que estamos tal cual parados en la misma posición que en este ciclo, y estamos en lo correcto, que esto es bajista. Pero este pompazo de 70 a 140 fue un pompazo de 100% en solamente 1, 2, 3 semanas. Una verdadera locura lo que puede hacer Solana. Ahora, con eso dicho, ¿dónde estamos parados en este momento? Estamos acá. La cosa es, ¿dónde vamos a tener nuestro rechazo? ¿Dónde estamos? ¿En la zona de los 150 o la zona de hasta los 170? Pasando la zona de los 170, sabes que estamos mal y eso nos da una gran probabilidad de ir a 200 y una vez más hasta 237. ¿Ok? Y una vez más, esto ha pasado antes, pero mínimo no habíamos caído tanto, habíamos solamente caído a 147, aguantamos ahí y eso fue lo que nos dio este gran pompazo. Ahora, caímos nosotros hasta 126 y acabó la vela cerrando en casi 180, un poco diferente el escenario. Y ahora, ¿por qué les pongo esto? Honestamente, estos niveles son los más fáciles de todos. En esta tabla semanal pueden verlo por qué. Déjenme pongo mis promedios. 1, estamos en el 5. El 5 nos está rechazando y mandando para abajo, lo que podría tener una zona de rechazo acá. 2, tienes el promedio del 9 y el 55 justamente en esta zona de los 157. 3, la zona de los 173 tienes el 21 y el 34. El 34 ha sido una gran resistencia una vez que lo perdemos en el ciclo y lo podemos ver acá atrás, que es justo lo que nos estaba enseñando Alex. Una vez que perdimos el 34, tienes rechazo, tienes un SFP y luego tienes continuación. Todo esto fue un rechazo el 34 hasta el 2023, básicamente. Ahora perdiste el 34 acá, tuviste el rechazo, vas cayendo. Todas estas partes te pueden rechazar, una por una. Te pueden rechazar los 170, te pueden rechazar los 156 o te puede rechazar tal cual en este momento en los 145, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 5, y es el rechazo que nos acaba de dar la tabla en este momento. Vamos a verla rápido en la trimestral. Trimestral, ajustando, podemos ver que Solana se está jugando un juego bastante sucio, donde hemos hecho no solamente un alto histórico acá en 2.95, pero esta vela literalmente de tope a fondo perdió un 62% en solamente una vela en 3 meses, para que no crean que no puede pasar tan rápido. Y lo han visto aquí atrás también, ¿no? En todas estas, en realidad. Ahora, en la trimestral estamos abajo del promedio del 5. Eso está en la zona del 146. Atentos. 146.82 es la zona que queremos romper si somos alcistas en los Solamis. Volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, continúa en extremos y ahora está contrayendo. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual nos está rechazando el 5, el 9 y nos está aguantando el 21 por ahora, que está más o menos por acá en donde está nuestra línea meme. Poniendo el HPDR y viendo que nuestra volatilidad simplemente está yéndose de lado en vez de expandiendo, y se los voy a enseñar ahora mismo para que vean que no les estoy diciendo mentiras, ¿no? Podemos ver que tenemos un rechazo de la media. Este rechazo de la media está justamente en los 153 junto a mi línea meme que está por acá de color amarillo. Este rechazo debería, y va a cerrar esta vela en 7 días y 8 horas. Si no podemos superar los 153 en esa cantidad de tiempo, vamos a tener una gran probabilidad de ir a visitar los $90, $92, de poder romper los 153 a la alza en 7 días y 9 horas y tener ese cierre. Estás hablando de poder volver a ir a intentar a los 245. Por ahora estás por debajo, así que no podemos cantar victoria todavía si somos alcistas. Vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla esto. 2 semanas nos están diciendo perdiste ya el rechazo de la media, perdiste la zona azul, caíste más allá y ahora te aguantó el 61.8% por acá. Estamos por encima del promedio del 55, que está en 137.26, que coincide con esta línea meme, y ahora estamos siendo rechazados por el 50%. Nos gustaría poder romper los 143, pero en realidad lo que queremos romper son los 150. Arriba de los 150 nos pone ya en una buena zona, casi por acá, y eso nos diría que podríamos ir a buscar esta media en los 189, pero antes habría diferentes paradas. Tienes tu promedio del 34, que ha sido un fuerte rechazador en el mercado alcista, y también tienes acá tu promedio del 9 junto con el 21 en los 173, lo que agregan un poco de confluencia que probablemente sí vayamos a ir hasta ahí, pero tenemos que ver. Semanal, ¿qué nos cuenta? Semanal tienes volatilidad expandiendo, pero ha estado expandiendo desde la caída y ahora está ante esto. Y pueden ver que está yéndose como de lado y tiene diferentes partes. Esta volatilidad no nos sirve de nada, no es un setup bueno. Perdemos la zona azul, intentamos retomar, perdemos el promedio del 9, caemos el promedio del 5 y ahora estamos justamente intentando aguantar nuestro promedio del 100, que está en 138 o en esta línea meme verde que están viendo acá. Me encanta cuando existe esta maldita confluencia deliciosa. De no poder pasar en esta semanal, que todavía faltan básicamente lo mismo que para cerrar la trimestral, la mensual, etcétera. Para esta faltan 6 días y 7 horas. Básicamente, si no podemos cerrar por encima de 145, 113 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo. Y de poder hacerlo, nuestro siguiente objetivo sería justamente esta línea meme en 156. Ahora, han visto ya todo eso. Les voy a poner la diaria. La diaria nos está rechazando la parte alta del 61.8% y de no poder aguantar los 140 sería una vez más a la parte alta del 38% en 137 y de perderlo, la media está en 127 y de perderla 120. Simplificado en la semanal, en mi opinión es la mejor manera de verlo. Quitamos esta, se las pongo así para que lo tengan. Acá tienen los rangos. Sencillo. Y los promedios nos dan un poco de ¿cómo se dice? De apoyo en lo que estamos pensando. Primera zona a romper, 145 si somos alcistas. Segunda zona a romper, 157 si somos alcistas. Tercera zona a romper, que ya va a ser la fantasía, 174, o bueno, 173, más o menos esa área, si somos alcistas. Primera oportunidad de rechazo. Segunda, tercera. Ahora, si somos muy alcistas y esto continúa, pues ya lo pueden ver, pero es así de sencillo. ¿Dónde sabes si te equivocaste? Pierdes los 138. 138 es donde está nuestro promedio del 100 que viene por acá, que es esta línea verde. Si pierdes los 138, bajista. Y eso te lleva a los 100, de ahí de los 100, perdón, de ahí te llevaría a los 111, 111 te llevaría a los bajos 100, de ahí te llevaría a los 92. Bastante fácil, bastante fácil. Ahí tienen Solamis enfrente de todos ustedes. Vamos a estar aprovechando estas oportunidades. Vamos con Tesla, damas y caballeros, a ver qué está haciendo Elon Musk, ese maldito nazi. Vean nada más qué entradón. La única cosa que me... es la única cosa que me entró, ¿no? Ready for some Tesla, sir. I think Farhan's computer froze. And Alex, is it me? Or you boys? It's probably you boys, not me. Let me see. Now this works. Tesla. Ok. Bueno, voy a empezar a compartir yo mismo Tesla. Prepárense para el peor, ¿no? Es lo que había platicado con ustedes de mis entradas, etcétera. Tenemos, obviamente. Un segundo, aquí está Farhan. Remove. Which one are you? There you go. Is that working?
The faster network just died.
Perfect. Of course.
Just connect to good vibes. I'll reset it and then I'll get off good vibes and you should be good. And when I reset it, we can reconnect.
There you go. Send me the the screen, sir.
Alrighty.
So I'll do that right now.
Claro, senor.
Thank you. 1 second. Let me remove and add to stage. Tesla.
Alrighty, so we're gonna do on the quarterly on the Tesla. We've gotten quite a nice bounce so far from this low, from this 21 EMA. We got a perfect bounce off of that quarterly 21 EMA. And it was very likely that we would get that bounce in the quarterly 21 EMA because we did close over this previous lower high, and now we do have an uptrend.
Oh no.
I wonder if all the people who are trolling Elon for Tesla going down are saying anything now that we've bounced 26%. Oh.
But this is what he does all the time, though. I gotta say, this one was like a very expected bounce. Just like in crypto,
Because
right? You just can't go straight down.
technically speaking, with a 26% move by the book, you would be in a bull market.
Mm.
So I wonder if Elon's still a retard. But
Well,
regardless, we're approaching that 38 point bottom 38.2%. So the fact that we were below it didn't really mean anything because we haven't gotten close. What would be the most amazing thing ever is if in the next 7 days and 3 hours we can close over that bottom 38.2% at $296.33. That will make it overwhelming odds that we're very, very likely going to go eventually towards that top 38.2%, sitting at $510. It's slightly new all-time highs. Very nice. Momentum with volatility starting to expand at that point, with momentum flipping up. And we have right now what makes it probable that might happen is that we have a buy signal on our quarterly jewel at the moment. Let's mark with a vertical line. The last time we flipped the quarterly jewel from a sell signal into a buy signal. That was right over here. And how much of a move did we get? A lot of the move had passed already at that point, but we still went up about 475% from that area. So if we were to go up to the 50%, it's not even anywhere near 475% move from this what do you call it, $300 area. Sorry, from there. It's only a 246% move. Quite tranquilo, very small. To get to $1,000 per Tesla. That $1,000 per one German Tesla. On the monthly, we were getting momentum still to the downside, but trying to flip up below the moving average. Trying to, if it can get back over, that would get back into the bullish control zone. You're getting volatility sitting at the lows, but and not quite at the lows, but it's below the moving average. If it can flip up and close over this 38.2%, it will flip momentum to the upside as well. I mean, volatility to the upside, and that would be getting over about $291, very close to that $296 number that we just saw. So basically, that $290 to $300 area is where we want to solidly reclaim on a monthly closing basis, and that will send us back into the low to mid fours. Right now, 2-week is looking quite nice, starting to flip back up on momentum from extreme points, getting to 100% on momentum and volatility. And now we're getting a perfect, a nice little bounce off this 100 EMA. And also, what made it a lot very likely that we were going to get bounces, we went deep into the 97.5% range on the HPDR, and we're back above this middle range on this meme lines too. So if we can continue to close this strong on this 2-week, very likely eventually we're going to make our way back to 38.2%. And the question is going to be if 38.2% moves by that point, because right now 38.2% lines up this meme line right here, right around $400 to $415 area. It depends whether it moves on this weekly on this closer or not. Won't be able to know until it happens. Weekly is already starting to flip back up on momentum as well, getting over the moving average with volatility contraction, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high, unless big if you can close over this point here at about $367.50. That will likely send you back well into the fours. And we also got to basically, we got to the 100% of the weekly. Very likely we get a bounce from there. And we've now 200 SMA, likely telling us we're probably going to go higher. It'd be funny if this was the bottom, the macro low at $215.
That'd be great. Then that means I fucking killed it, but I still only entered once.
That'd be amazing.
I
That'd be
hope it goes
based.
lower. Yeah.
On the 5-day, we're also getting momentum starting to flip up with volatility contraction. Same areas on the HPDR, very high probability bounce area. 2 days getting momentum out of the bearish control zone now, with volatility also contracting, and that 2-day buy signal on the jewel, quite nice. It's marked with a vertical line, and when we got a 2-day buy signal within the bearish control zone. Second, we did it there. And we did it quite a few times. And Tesla's kind of a whore with these buy signals. Oh, they're quite interesting. They like to work. 76.94%. Quite nice. Uh-oh. What did I do? I fucked up. But I unfucked it. 21%? That's more reasonable. 26%, right in line with the previous one. This one's going to be smaller. About 8.6%. Still something since it's a stock. This one was immediately about 17.7%, and then about 60% right in line. Oh, the other one was about a little bit more. This one was pretty big. 125%. Quite respectable. And as of right now, we are up. So if we were to take it to that 40% number, that'd be right around this breakdown zone in this previous bounce zone. And that would put us at about $330. Not quite reversing the trend, but getting pretty close. And if we can close over $367, we're very likely going to new all-time highs. Daily. Daily is getting momentum into the bullish control zone now, getting quite high. However, I think you're likely going to put in a local top pretty soon, and volatility is getting a little high. The jewel is about to give you a nice buy signal, however. The pink is very close to crossing above the yellow and doing it within the bearish control zone. That should give you, and with a God mode buy signal, should give you a pretty nice move if that were to happen. Right now, what I would expect though is this first time tap around at this 200 SMA is very likely going to be a rejection. And from there, you could probably take a safe short here too. You could short this 200 SMA at about $280 and have your stop loss at this week high at $304. And from there, you're likely going to come back down to retest this meme line at about 270-ish. And then the next time I make a higher low, and then the next time you tap the 200 is likely going to break it and go to just 100 at around like 360 into 330. 4 hours also getting momentum to the upside, getting pretty extreme now, 97, 98%. Same thing with the volatility. The jewel is now giving you a pretty nice buy signal. First, they give you a God mode signal, then the pink crossed above the yellow, made a little higher low at the bearish control zone. Now it's continuing up. You're getting pretty extreme though. You're getting to the 97.5% range on the 8th PDR, getting above this meme line. So if you can't get this close over this meme line, likely going to continue a little bit to tap this 55. I'm not sure if it's going to clear it the first time around. If it doesn't, then it's likely going to come back down to this meme line and then continue from there to go on towards somewhere around 330. It's going to be RSI.
So basically what you're saying is he's going to make the same identical move to what he did in 2021.
Sort of. I think so. Maybe.
I
We'll see.
actually, by the way, I do think it'll be identical.
So when they came back down to this point here, then just
So no, it came back down on what was it? February 22nd. I'm on a weekly. February 22nd of 2022. It got to $230, $232. And then immediately it proceeded to pump to $380 by the 4th of April. So like literally 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
5 weeks later.
And then little scam pump and then another nuke.
Yep. And he does it left and right.
We had came back down, lost to 55. Yeah, lost to 55 this time around too. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, this one and Rivian just replayed themselves.
All right, anything on the monthly? No. Come on. Quarterly has active hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be a little difficult to invalidate it, although we're getting pretty close. Closing below $212.11. And right now, our wick low of this quarterly is $217. So, and if you were to invalidate that, also, what you would confirm at that point would be high right here, higher high, lower high on the price. That would be a quarterly bearish divergence, and that would be 4 drives of quarterly bearish divergence. That'd be quite bad. To put it lightly, I'd put you somewhere around this 55 EMA at about $100. That's not nice. And you'd have quarterly volatility expansion with that bearish divergence. But right now, what makes it less likely that's going to happen is that quarterly buy signal on the jewel. On the monthly, nothing. 2 week, nothing. Weekly, come on. There we go. Weekly is now about to confirm 3 drives of bearish hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm if we can close above about $253.37, which we're a decent amount above right now. And that should give us a target of around the edge of the bearish control zone. And that'd be about $337 to $338. Very similar number as before. If you can close over that area, then you're likely to go somewhere around the mid 4s. 5 days also putting in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, and then this one will actually close today in the next 2 hours and 41 minutes. And it will confirm if you can close above $251.84. And that will give you a target of somewhere around $328. Very similar as Q30. Nothing on 3-day. Nothing on that. Daily now has active hitting regular bullish divergence, and it will be active as long as you're closing above $222.28. And right now, your next target would be somewhere around that what do you call it, the bullish control zone, and that level sits at about $328. Very cool. Muy based. Come on. And 4-hour has many drives of bullish divergence active. As long as you are closing above, come on, how do I? $223.33. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the bullish critical zone. That level sits at about a little high for my bias, about $486.78. Don't believe that number is going to get hit. I think it's very likely this number is going to drop. And it's going to update in 10 minutes. So just a moment to
Damn.
know.
All right, we're going to wait here until those 10 minutes go by.
Let's play some elevator music.
I don't know what's good elevator music.
We can contract Bad Bunny to make us some elevator music.
It'll just cost us $800 billion. I'm down.
We'll pay him in our own token that we made. So on the quarterly, we got momentum flipped to the downside. It's getting close to flipping up. Right now, we're right at the edge of the bearish control zone, so it will be quite significant if we can flip it up before this quarterly close. 7 days and 3 hours for the bulls to do it. If we can flip this up, what it's going to do is we're going to have quarterly volatility expansion with momentum flipped to the upside. The last time we had that was right here in July of 2019, when the price was sitting at about $14, and then we went from there to about $300 and then $414. That safe to say that's the mother of all pumps. And what else we'd
Mhm.
have is that just like then, we'd have hidden bullish divergence because momentum went lower than it did here by quite a lot, and we made a significantly higher low. So hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly with volatility expansion and momentum pointing up, $1,000 doesn't seem too crazy at that point. So I'm going to come down to this quarterly close if the bulls can do it. Come on, and that would
Where do
make
we need to
the
close?
start over. Come on, come on, $308, $309.
Got it.
Just imagine the libtard meltdown if Tesla goes to $1,000 with that
It
quarterly
will
hidden
go to
bullish divergence.
$1,000. It's just when, and they will all absolutely have a meltdown.
Imagine if it does it this year.
That would be awesome. Like really good.
Right now, what makes it a little bit less likely that quarterly is going to flip up is that the monthly is pretty heavily flipped down, and it's
Mhm.
rejecting the critical zone with no divergence, but the monthly is going to be flipped down below $426.
Mm.
It's
Yeah,
quite a
that's
ways away.
tall order.
2 week is flipped down with a derp of death entering the bearish control zone, flipped down below $428. Come on. Weekly is now starting to flip up from the critical zone with volatility expansion, and they will flip up if we can $49. $5 currently flipped down. It's entering the critical zone, and it will flip up if we can close above $318. Two-day is also starting to flip up with volatility contracting from 100%, telling you you're likely going to put in a lower high before you continue lower, unless you close over that 300 and what was it again, 367 area. Right now, momentum's flipping up, and it will be up as long as you're above $228. Daily is also flipping up with contracting volatility, and it pointed up above $232. Come on. 4 hours pointed up with volatility expansion now, about to enter into the critical zone, and you're pointed up above $249.50, so like $250. Like, this is getting really annoying.
Are you stuck? I think so.
Can you
Mr.
fellas
Farhan?
confirm that you can hear me?
There
Can
you
you
go.
hear
We
me?
can hear you again. Yes.
All right, beautiful. What was the last thing you heard?
Can't remember. Excellent. We make a great team. And then Alex is not on. Hang on. Let me bring Alex. I'm going to bring you back on stage. 1 second. There you go. Did you hear what Farhan said last? No, you're muted again.
Sure.
You unmuted and muted yourself.
I was paying attention. I will say that, but no, I absolutely do not remember anything you said.
Me too. Yeah. I think the last thing you said was like the 370 something target you were referring to.
Oh yeah, so that was the trend is going to continue to the downside as long as we're closing below that 300, I believe it was $367.34.
Yes. Okay.
So right
See?
now
Weed.
so right now the quarterly is close to flipping back up, and if it can flip up, it will be very significant because it's going to be a rejection of the bearish control zone, and it's going to confirm hidden bullish divergence, and that's very likely with volatility expansion since it's up towards $1,000. Very likely we're going to, based off of that $1,000 target is going to be met within the next maybe 9 to 12 months, like maybe 15 months max. So relatively in a not that long time frame for more than 3x on price, almost 4x on price. The what makes it a little bit less likely though is that the monthly is currently flipped down, and monthly is very close to getting volatility contraction though, so it's telling you that you're likely going to put in a higher low before you continue back to the upside, and it's not really going to be a complete breakdown. And the 2 week is putting in downwards momentum as well, just like the monthly. Every single time frame is basically pointed down right now, except when you get down to somewhere around like the weekly and the low. So those midterm time frames are starting to point up, but they're not really getting volatility expansion. They're all getting the oscillator starting to curve over and very close to getting volatility contraction. So I'm thinking now as we continue upwards towards that $330 area, reject there and then continue down to test somewhere around $180. And there's a high possibility somewhere around 180 could be our local macro bottom before we go to new all-time highs. I'm wrong if we get a weekly close over $368, and then we probably just go to new all-time highs from there.
Yes, indeed, sir. I'll do this as fast as possible now, real quick. Thank you. Ahí les va rápidamente. Tesla. Lo tengo en la semanal puesto. Quiero ir para que nos dé mínimo tiempo de hacer otra más. Disculpen, y ahora estos fueron mis errores de pendejo en la mañana. Ok, este fue el tope en el 2021. Lo pueden ver acá, ¿no? En la tabla, justamente acá, este fue el tope del 2021. De ahí caímos 43%. Y después de esa caída de 43%, y vean a dónde caímos, a la zona de los 230. ¿Dónde estamos ahorita? 240, pero caímos a los 217. ¿Ok? Ok. Vale. Y luego subimos un 64%. Después de haber caído tan brutalmente, subimos un 64%. Vamos a ver, caímos acá. Un 64% nos pondría en 356 en Tesla. Y esto sería simplemente un movimiento repetido como lo que vimos antes. ¿Por qué se los enseño? Porque Tesla, y saben, esta es una de las acciones que más me gusta, repite mucho sus patrones. De haber caído acá, nos llevó acá. ¿Y después qué pasó? Hizo mínimos más bajos, pero muy bajos, o sea, no tan bajos como te imaginarías. Literalmente llegó al 208 y de ahí volvió a pompear a 315. Y después de esa, la tercera es la vencida. Ahí es donde cayó ya por fin a los $100. ¿Ok? En este momento, lo que yo creo y en donde estamos parados en este ciclo es justamente acá, en esta parte. Vamos a ir a este pompazo. No estoy diciendo que necesariamente tiene que a huevo llegar a este nivel, bla, 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 pero yo creo que estamos ante esta imagen. Todo el mundo acá, todo esto fue negativo, 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 pum, llegamos hasta acá. Acá es donde todo este camino para acá, esta vela, es donde todo el mundo se pone a huevo, es ya el mercado alcista a festejar. Ponen todos los screenshots, empiezan a decir, ven cómo se equivocaron acá, bla, 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 y bolas, güey. Un bajo levemente más bajo. Después vuelve a subir todo el mundo. No, es que ahora sí ya chibolas, puto, a 100. Ese movimiento se está repitiendo en este momento y hasta el nivel es el mismo. Lo pueden ver. Este nivel de acá a donde estamos acá. Si llegáramos simplemente al mismo nivel una vez más, estarías acá, pero como es más volátil y los precios han cambiado más por porcentajes, yo diría, ¿qué tan alto más es el alto máximo del día de hoy comparado con antes? Un 17%, ¿ok? ¿Qué tanto bajó más de esto Tesla? De los 230 que fue donde cayó la vez pasada, un 7%. 7%. Esto me querría decir que si quedó el alto acá también, imagínate que sea un 7%, justamente 413. Es lo que yo esperaría que hiciera Tesla. Sería el movimiento perfecto para simplemente jugar a la psicología de todos. Y ahora, me encantaría que se fuera a, ¿cómo se llama? A $1,000, que es lo que pensamos a fin de cuentas lo va a lograr, porque tenemos bastantes divergencias potentes alcistas en la trimestral, pero eso va a tomar bastante tiempo. Y me encantaría que lo hiciera, porque ya de acá entrando en 217, 217, acá, a básicamente donde estamos hoy ya es un 26%. Allá arriba estás hablando de un 87%. O sea, existe esa gran probabilidad. Ahora, ¿cuándo sabremos si va a pasar o no? Yo lo veo en la semanal. En la semanal lo único que tenemos que hacer es superar el promedio del 5, después el 55. Una vez que entremos en este rango, con no perder los 269, deberíamos de consolidar para continuar hacia arriba. Continuar hacia arriba, continuar hacia arriba. Y lo va a hacer paso a paso, paso a paso, paso a paso. Pero es también agresivo en la subida. ¿Me quiero meter ahorita con FOMO a comprar esto? Personalmente no, y no solamente es por mi buena entrada aquí abajo. No lo voy a hacer, estoy en medio. Para invalidar esto tendría que caer hasta los 217 una vez más. ¿Qué tan abajo más cerró esto? 217, no mames, qué locura. De 217 hemos estado trepando bastante a gusto y ahora nos encontramos en los 273. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Déjeme ver la de 2 semanas. Si encontramos algo más sólido. Ahí está. Básicamente, siguiente objetivo deben de ser los 280. Después de ahí, los 299, $300. Pasando los $300, 320. Pasando los 320, te metes en este rango y eso te debería de dar un impulso mínimo a 390 hasta acá. Es lo único que vale la pena decir en Tesla. ¿Dónde nos equivocamos? Perdemos los 230. Perdemos 248 primero. Después 230, pero aquí abajo estamos en 250, 250. Sí, básicamente perder 250 primero, luego 245 y luego 235. Eso sería que vas para abajo, pero por ahora parece y tiene cara de que vamos a empezar a ranguear. Una vez más, si quitamos los promedios de lo que estamos viendo y entendemos estos rangos, pueden ver toda la actividad que hay en este rango. Pueden ver toda la actividad que hay en este rango, ¿no? Y acá la poca que hay, ¿no? Muy poca. Existe hasta acá existe hasta acá, pero normalmente cuando entramos en este rango es difícil que nos detenga acá. Cuando entramos ya en este rango, nos lleva mínimo a esta zona o a la de hasta acá arriba. Y es lo que estamos esperando, porque una vez que Tesla empieza a ranguear acá, estos niveles deben de ser retomados, hacer pensar que todo el mundo vamos para altos históricos y continuar con estos rechazos. Y de nuevo, me lo estoy sacando del culo, pero es simplemente basado en todo lo que estamos viendo ahorita. Es idéntico a los movimientos de este año, cabrón. Acá. ¿Saben qué? Déjenme, veo mi orden de Tesla. No puede ser que le haya dado a 2.17, es imposible. 2.19. Casi. Mierda. Ok, 2.19, pendejo. Y ahí está, ahí lo tienen. Eso es Tesla. Alrighty. Sir, do FMX, right? MX.
X. Okay.
Yeah, F your X.
FURX, exactly.
Okay, let me get this prepared.
FMX.
Hmm.
Here, let me look it up on screen too while you get it. FMX.
Get the
Fomento
readings.
Económico Mexicano. Oh, this is a chart with a lot of data. Nice. And it's right at the median, like where it likes to reject or go on.
Okay, cool. I will share my screen pronto. Let's get that
Okay.
going. Sweet.
And remove my garbage screen and put your nice screen.
Sweet. So yeah, no, I just charted this real fast. Gotta get it in. Gotta form a range, obviously. Let me just get these. I don't like dotted lines too much. There we go. Honestly, 7 days, the quarterly is not the worst. Actually, we see, it was a pretty nasty quarterly going into this year. Disgusting. I mean, lost the 9 and then into the next quarterly, major rejection, 13% down, losing the 34 and the 21, which is significant because on the chart, what we'll see is, the 34 often on the quarterly holds, at least it gives us a nice reaction when we tap it. So when we aggressively lost it here, this was a major concern. So now what we see though is we're possibly, I believe we're going to reclaim the 21, but definitely the 34 in 7 days. Now we'll have to see because we are pressing resistance. The 9 on the quarterly has been very strong resistance. And we have this range. I mean, it's pretty obvious here. Draw another line. I'll put it right on that close here. So now we kind of have like a little range here that has formed, that has been respected on this chart for a very, very, very long time. You can see, excuse me, once you get that SFP, you lose major support. And then from that point, I mean, this proves to you that this is strong resistance before inevitably nuking. So we have to be kind of cautious of that. We definitely don't need to go massively down or up from here. We definitely can just stay in this range for quite a while. The hopium, though, is that, on this next quarterly, we're probably going to see that 34 get back tested. I mean, generally, it's just been a major spot for this chart. And we do have a lot of data. So we're looking at this from 2009 all the way up until current times. And even so, when we reclaimed it here on the quarterly, we did come back, almost tested 34, but got a reaction off the 21. So, for me, it makes a lot of sense to kind of wait again. Usually when you get a big close, like a monthly, 3-month, it makes sense to always kind of sit on your hands and wait, specifically if you're not already pre-positioned. Because like I said before, it just gives you a lot of data. You can kind of match your next 3-month bias, at least for the higher time frames. And so far, this is not looking the worst. We see the quarterly is in an uptrend, so possibly a higher low here confirmed once we actually do reclaim that $100 level. So just something to watch. We can even draw just like a little line here showing that. Something like that. These are really however you want to draw them, so can match it nicely and say that. I would actually draw it from the lowest point. It's kind of what I like to do. So yeah, I mean, it's not bad on the higher time frames. Just kind of dissect this more. Look at the HPDR real quick. Okay, so HBDR, I mean, not telling me much. We're just slightly getting rejection, or at least some resistance around the 61.8%. I'm trying to look at seeing where did we reject before here. We just kept finding some resistance at the bottom of the 38.2%, and that is at $110. It's interesting to see. Quarterly, though, has shifted up, and so this would be the second closure under the median, not the quarterly. The median, don't know why I said that. And that was holding for quite a while. I mean, yeah, that was multiple closures until we saw back in the beginning of this year that's just bigly shifting up. So interesting. Okay, 9 looks somewhat promising with potentially us reclaiming back above the monthly EMA 9. That's significant because that has been a major rejection point since May of 2024. So this whole entire year, we've just been rejecting the 9. Even back in February, we found some rejection there. So that to me is a big spot. We want to gauge that monthly and see if we actually can reclaim the monthly 9. Could easily give us good confluence if that does hold that. That's sitting at $96, and currently the 21 is sitting at 94. So maybe into the new quarter, we don't actually test the 34, but rather test the 21, similar to here when we reclaimed it. The difference is we were above the 9. It's never good when the 9 is, above all the slower moving averages, in my opinion. But just a big spot, big resistance. You can also see from past price action, once we actually do reclaim that quarterly 9, just to mention that on both scenarios too, even here where we lost it, reclaimed it, found support at the 21, reclaimed it again, held it from that point. I mean, just became an opportunity zone through and through. Lost it, reclaimed it from that point, became an opportunity zone through and through. So it's a big spot that we're at on this chart. It's significant that we are getting that quarterly and monthly closed. And remember, it's all going to just be forming from the monthly and then the weekly. All of these just kind of bleed into each other. So ideally now, I mean, we want to just see that monthly 9 hold and close above. That'll be a good first sign. It's also welcoming to see that we got a reaction from the monthly EMA 100. I didn't even notice that. Significant because this has been a pretty big spot on the chart, very much so like that quarterly EMA 34. It's always welcoming when you have a major dump like this that just goes on and on and on for months. But after a major dump, support and these moving averages still worked. And so what we see after the reclaim is, this was solid support. So gauging this move down, it kind of was pretty simple. If we just held above there, should see some bounce. Now that bounce is nice and got above the EMA 100, which is a welcoming sign. Now we've moved up, we've hit resistance. We want to be cautious here right around that $100 zone because we easily could just chop between the $100 and coming all the way down to like 90s for a very long time before finally getting follow through potentially. So yeah, I mean, just definitely not the place to be opening longs yet, in my opinion. Even viewing the 2-week, you see we're trying to backtest the EMA 100. That's significant. You want to see that hold. So, we're at a spot where, the monthly reclaims the 9, which is right around the same spot of the 2-week EMA 100. It'll be a good sign for us to possibly move into the $100, maybe 101 region. Getting back above the 101 region, though, will be your first sign of, okay, we possibly are going to break out. This is a pretty massive range in here. You easily could take that trade from the hundreds to, at minimum, like 117, if not all the way back to the $125 zone. It's interesting, too. On the 2-week, you're getting a breakout. You're retesting the 38.2%, which has confluence with that EMA 100, plus the monthly EMA 9s right around this region. So, I mean, this is looking pretty good, but I still wouldn't long this here. I want to wait. I need this to prove to me that this is support, not just based on one nice green candle, but actually I need 2 to 3. That'll make me feel more confident of possibly maybe front running this resistance. But until then, we very well could just do this and then go down. That's why for me, it's just easier. Let's see this play out. Let's break out. Let's form the higher low round here and then long up. that is dictated in patience. That way, then you're not getting caught in this scenario where we just kind of chop for forever, it feels like. And actually, you can play the meat of the move, which would be this range. I mean, a move back to just 118 from there would be 15%, which is definitely tradable.
He'd only ranged her for 7 years.
Yeah, is that how much it was? That's crazy.
Straight up from 2013 to 2020.
My God. Yeah. So like that, that's why I like this view, because it kind of makes it simple. It's like, yeah, there's really no reason to front run this. We very well could range here. The chart's looking bullish. It's shifting to be bullish. But let's see where this new monthly candle goes. If we start reclaiming the monthly 9, the 2 weeks holding above the 38.2% and the EMA 100, then we can possibly get an easy long trigger on like low leverage. But until then, what we have is let's see how this candle closed. Possibly a weekly shooting star off the EMA 100 on the weekly. This is the first tap since we lost it back in August of 2024. We understand that when we last, let me see here, get actual follow through. We understand when we lost it here, we did end up finding major resistance after testing it. So you have to just be very cautious, specifically with that being right around that $100 region. Now, shorts are going to try to get follow through here. To invalidate this, you'll need to take out this wick high. So that's why for me, it's not wise to be shorting this quite yet either. Just because of where everything's at. For me, there's no short until you actually lose the weekly SMA 200. You start losing that, can give you an easy short trade. You can play the trend down and possibly target back to 80s. Until then, though, it's going to be kind of like a battle in the next 7 days for bulls and bears. Bulls are going to try to just hold this zone, get a bounce, trap shorts, and bust up. Here we can open a new long on that reclaim. Shorts are actually going to try to reject from this point and actually move us down, breaking that SMA 200 on the weekly, moving us towards the $80. It's very simple. It's like if we're above the SMA 200, that's good. But we obviously can get lots of chop around there. But even if we dissect that chop and just look closely, you can see, okay, we lost the weekly SMA 200, rallied up, rejected the EMA 100. From that gave you a 7% move. Okay. Can see here, lost it, rejected the EMA 100. From there, that gave you a 12% move. Simply put, you lost it here. If you just had opened on that weekly 9 retest, it would have been a 4% move. The point being that you do move down when you lose that weekly SMA 200. This one being 22%. It lost it, it rejected it, and got follow through. So on the flip side, we are above it. It's freshly above it. You need to be gauging any pullback around this region being support. So that's like at 96, like $93.78. There's no trade here at all. Specifically with this trend, we just made the higher high. So you should be gauging the higher low. Ideally, that'll come where that weekly 9 is. The weekly 9 has been forming our lower highs. It formed our higher lows here. So I don't see why that wouldn't occur now. Weekly 2 is giving you confluence of that idea as long as we just stay above the 38.2%. This will be in breakout posturing. So very well could be like this, hold it, and then go up. There's your weekly higher low, and validation could be like there. If you want to front run it. But for me, I personally don't want to get caught trying to aggressively, catch a breakout until we actually reclaim the 102. So like this seems a lot more easier to me. Higher low, you get the higher high, something like there. You have an easy invalidation. Even if it gets lost in like a 2-day, you can just cut that trade, because what we see is on the 2-day, if we start losing that $100 zone, I mean, it just generally leads to down. You can just start looking at that here. High, lower low, high, lower low, high, lower low. So it's this chop, yes, it was long and boring, but it also is pretty basic to trade, in my opinion. Okay, bearish retest. Let's just short here. That worked. Printed. Let me sell here. Let me just re-short. Have my stop here. That worked out well. Let me re-short on the 2-day SMA 200. That worked out well. Like pretty basic stuff. I mean, choppy, yes, but pretty basic. So I don't see why that wouldn't be different to the upside. Get a reclaim, hold it, cool. We can make a move up to like 109 to possibly 118. Start rejecting this zone, and if that weekly loses the SMA 200, yeah, you're probably going to go a lot lower, and that'll be right around $81, if not all the way back to 73. So yeah, that's all I have on this chart. Look at the daily real fast. Daily also is finding resistance at the SMA 200. Bears are happy about this rejection after an SFP. This is the bearish retest. Getting confluence of this being resistance because you have the 9, you have the SMA 200, and you have the median all right around the same region. If daily start reclaiming back above the SMA 200, that can give you at least a little bias for us to test closer to the 100 again. Your ideal goal, though, as a bull is to break this high. Breaking this high can then just invalidate that weekly shooting star. Till then, though, this is going to be brewing, and technically speaking, you would get this kind of candle formation and an uptrend. Now, we've had it before, and this was a bear trap. But currently, I mean, where we're at on the chart, the level we just hit, you just have to be kind of cautious here. But a pullback is welcomed, and you're just gauging that higher low around like $95. So we will see. That's all I have on FMX. It's really not the worst looking chart, and honestly, it seems pretty simple to trade, in my opinion, if you're just patient.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you made it look easy, so thank you. And look at this. It's fucking consolidation. Even if you want to count it from here, to 2013.
Wow. That's sturdy.
2020.
That's why that $100 reclaim is just smart, in my opinion. So you kind of
If you were to just switch that from candles into line chart, just straight line.
Yeah, I actually wonder
what
what
hang on.
It's like when somebody dies, what their cardiac signal is.
Beep, 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 beep. It's fucking going down. All righty. Perfecto. We're basically done. So is there anything else you boys want to add, say, do?
It's crazy that my cheeky X50X long is actually working out.
Good for you. Good for you, Far. I'm so glad it's working out. Well done.
Good for you, bro. I'm happy about that.
All righty. Well, good luck with the longs, good luck with the shorts, and I guess
Blast from the
see
past, by
everyone
the way.
here on Wednesday. Say that again. Yeah,
Blast from
I
the
love
past.
it, dude. I saw you were wearing it. I love it. I can't even find mine.
Mine's like 2 sizes too big though, because I used to be fat as
Good
fuck.
for you. Good for you.
Buenas
Have a good
tardes,
one,
muchachos.
Thank you.
Hasta luego.
Bye. Ahí les va, FMX. Vean esto. Esto es una tabla mensual. La consolidación de acá a acá, o sea, este rango entre la línea verde y la línea amarilla, 7 años. No desde acá, desde acá hasta acá. 7 años nada más de consolidación en esta tabla que estamos viendo. Les voy a poner primero la trimestral para que puedan ver bien a dónde va esto. ¿Ok? Trimestral, acá lo tienen. ¿Qué fue esto? 2008. ¿Esto qué fue? 2009. El fondo en el 2009. ¿Qué fue esto? 2013. Pero extraño, en el 2013, ¿qué mierdas pasó? Fue cuando Europa Ok. Fue cuando Europa y todo el resto del mundo se fue al culo. Bien, acá. ¿Esto qué fue? Enero del 2020. Hasta abajo. Esto tiene más o menos como una relación negativa a liquidez. Es lo que tiene cara de. Porque en el 2020 expanden liquidez y esto cae. Luego, ¿cuál fue el pico acá? Julio del 2021 y encontró fondo en julio del 2022, donde también, en mi opinión, fue lo mismo que encontró la liquidez. Y de ahí el tope fue en enero del 2024, el 2 de enero del 2024. Una vez más, en mi opinión, donde la liquidez inmediata del mercado absolutamente bajó. Y creo que esto también lo podrías comparar con el peso. Estoy seguro que el 2013 vas a tener este golpe, al igual que acá. Pero bueno, sin meternos en tanto detalle, qué es lo que estamos viendo, es claramente una tendencia alcista. Lo podemos hacer desde julio del 2008 con bajos más altos, luego en enero del 2020 con bajos más altos, luego una vez más por acá en el 2022 con bajos más altos y ahora estamos justamente acá formando unos bajos más altos, además de altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Lo que probablemente estemos viendo es esta consolidación una vez más. ¡Qué hueva! pero es posible. Está cotizando FMX en 97,07. 97.7, la música de hoy. Pero así de viejo estoy. Tenía el 97.7, era como la estación buena en México. No sé si todavía sea o no, así que discúlpenme. Estoy algo fuera de sintonía. Pero este gráfico es uno de los más fáciles de la historia. Estando abajo esta línea amarilla, tienes una gran probabilidad de ir a la parte baja de este rango. Estando por encima, tienes una alta probabilidad de ir a esta línea amarilla. Es así de fácil. En una estructura alcista de súper alta temporalidad, vamos a ver nuestros promedios, a ver qué nos cuentan. Y justamente eso, una vez que puedas pasar esta línea amarilla, que es básicamente donde está tu promedio del 5 y el 9, estarías entrando en, una vez más, mínimo una tendencia alcista o podríamos esperar este movimiento una vez más. Estando por debajo de ellos, tienes más probabilidades de caer a los 82. Vamos a poner el HPDR, que aquí hay suficiente información para verlo. Y pueden ver que estamos ya sobrecastigados en esto. El 88.3% es literalmente donde nos detuvo acá y encontramos soporte. El 95% en realidad, impresionante. Solamente tenía 5% de probabilidades de continuar a la baja. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Una vez más, tenemos que pasar la cantidad de los $100 para estar contentos y de ahí poder ir a los 110 y buscar la media una vez más en 125. Eso es la trimestral. Denme un segundo, no hay nada en volatilidad. Mensual. Mensual lo pueden ver igual. Hemos caído desde acá en 2024 de la zona azul. La perdimos en ese entonces y desde entonces hemos estado intentando retomarla. Ahí vamos a intentar regresar a la zona azul, que es un poco lo que estamos viendo en la trimestral. O sea, esto se está adelantando. La trimestral estás aquí abajo. En la mensual ya está subiendo acá. Esto te dice que, ok, empezamos a tener una postura más alcista. ¿Dónde está el secreto del juego? En los $100. 100,43 está el promedio del 21 y es lo que queremos poder romper. Una vez que lo rompamos, tienes un viaje gratuito a los $109. Interesante. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no hay nada ahí. 2 semanas, estamos ya por encima de la media. De nuevo, en la trimestral estamos hasta aquí abajo, en la mensual estamos acá, en la de 2 semanas ya estamos acá. Interesante cómo se ponen las cosas. Esto que nos dice, una vez más, tenemos que superar acá el 21 y el 55, digo, el 34 y el 55 en los $100. Una vez que los podamos romper, vamos a poder buscar esta zona más o menos en los $107. Ahora, perder acá los 96.58 es lo que te va a dar un bajón a la parte baja de del rango. Entonces, no quieres perder los 97.7. Los 97.7. Tu música. No son los 97.7. Son los 96.58. Perdón, ese es el precio de hoy. Ok, definitivamente aquí agrego un poco más de esa validación. Perder los 96 te va a llevar a los 95 y de ahí a la parte baja de la zona azul, que estamos ya bastante por arriba y lo han visto en corta temporalidad. Esto nos llevaría a tener una corrección acá hasta la zona max. Bueno, puede ser entre el 89 y hasta el 84. Por ahora esperaríamos que podamos aguantar acá con un poco de consolidación en los 94.13 y eso nos haría pensar que le daría tiempo a esto de subir para que todo literalmente pueda seguir empujando. No hay nada en volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo ante este tremendo movimiento alto, pero está encontrándose ya de lado. Ok. 5 días. Rechazo el promedio del 100, rechazo el 55, cayendo justamente al 78.6% y aquí nos deberíamos de aguantar en los 95. Ok, fácil. Fácil. Y en la diaria, ¿qué tienes? La media. Ok, ahí está. Tienes la media de la diaria en los 98. Eres alcista, busca cerrar encima. Ok, déjame, lo pintamos fácil para todo el mundo. Acá, quitando esto para que lo puedan ver. Bastante sencillo. Vamos a claramente, hemos hecho un alto más alto. ¿Qué es lo que sigue? Un bajo más alto. ¿Dónde tenemos una alta probabilidad de encontrar ese bajo más alto? Honestamente, aquí tienes un gap. Y eso sería entre los 90 y los 91. Ahí es donde yo esperaría encontrar un bajo más alto. Ahora, esto no pierde estructura alcista cayendo literalmente a esta zona. Siempre y cuando no te lleves estos mínimos no tienes problema, pero has estado formando estructura bastante chida. Lo que esperaría es que mínimo te dé el placer, si eres alcista en esto, de poder aguantar esto. Que esto caiga acá, 89, que esto suba acá y empiece a trepar estos niveles. Te voy a dar mis niveles para que los tengas, Abu. Ahí te va. 117, parte alta del rango. Parte baja del rango, 82-87. Parte media del rango, 98-10. Abajo del rango en 82, la media estaría en 62.56 y la parte baja, otro rango más abajo, 41.84. Literalmente se mueve el precio como robot en esta cosa. Ahorita esperaríamos que este gap funcione como una trampa bajista y tal vez ni siquiera lo vayamos a tocar, pero lo que quieres hacer es en la semanal, para que sea fácil, pones tus promedios, y en la semanal, ¿quieres ser alcista? Rompe los 100 a la alza. ¿Quieres ser bajista? Piérdete los 93, que también coincide con el gap por ahí que habíamos visto en la diaria, ¿no? ¿Dónde está el gap? En los 90, exactamente. Pierde los 93 y si te bajas del gap, vas muy probablemente a buscar una vez más los 82. Y ahí lo tienes. Bastante, bastante sencillo. Damas y caballeros, con eso podemos dar completamente por terminada la sesión del día de hoy del Casino del Tío Salo. Güey, qué locura lo que está pasando con, ¿cómo se llama? Con lo del güey que se pone el agua azul en la cara, ¿no? No puedo parar de ver memes. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos ustedes. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy. Nos vamos a ver pronto y vienen cosas. Me caga cuando la gente dice, vienen cositas. Les voy a decir esto. Voy a volver a regresar a mi canal de YouTube de coches en diferente forma. He hecho las paces. Estoy muy contento en mi vida. Estoy disfrutando más mi vida que redes sociales y quiero que siga así, pero me encanta compartir cosas. Entonces, muy egoístamente, como lo hago aquí en Nadie Me Preguntó o en el Casino del Tío Salo, cosas que me interesan, voy a hacer lo mismo con lo de los coches, pero específicamente con lo de los coches, ya lo verán. Les mando un abrazo, gracias a todos ustedes por estar acá, se aprecia muchísimo, pórtense bien, perros, pórtense bien y gracias.